Welcome to the Friday card from Belmont at the Big A with a Big Six carryover to start the weekend action. And the Joseph A. Jimma Stake, Sacred Goddess impressed in her debut and exits a stake against Open Company, making her the filly to beat. Her trainer, Jeremiah Engelhardt, after an aggressive spot in her last start, he has a more winnable race in against New York breds. But standing in her way, debut winner Arenada. She won with a professional first out effort, geared down late to the finish. Her trainer, Linda Rice, usually improves her runners with experience, which could spell trouble for the rest of the field. That showdown coming up and a lot more on this Friday edition of America's Day at the Races. Good to be with you. Just 10 minutes away from the opening race on the card on a beautiful Friday afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York, as we continue with week 2 action. And of course, a Pick 6 carryover, as mentioned, just over $26,000 to kick off our Friday action to come, and just a few races away from that. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. That feature race a little bit later on, 2-year-old fillies on the grass. And it's not just those 2 fillies. We talked about several that have some chances in that race. We'll talk more about it coming up in just a little bit. Here with me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. You left me yesterday.
What's that?
You left me on the set yesterday.
I did. I had my fill.
I haven't forgotten.
Sacred Goddess, how impressed were you with that debut run from her?
I think she's good. You know, it's a little hard to tell, to be honest, because she did get a very good trip in that race, and I'm not knocking her. She's obviously got talent, but she got a good trip in there. And now the fact that the second horse came back to win before a sort of ill-fated trip to Kentucky Downs, though she'll try again today, it's hard to know for sure. You know, it's so hard with these horses. They run their debuts, right? She came back and ran a credible race in her next start, and she's supposed to get it done today. But you know, with 2-year-olds, reliability is not exactly the highest thing with 2-year-olds. So sometimes you have to ask yourself, who are you willing to take at whatever price they present themselves at?
Take a look at the field that will line up. She has the outside post. She's 5-2 morning line. Ricardo Santana Jr. will take over for the Kentucky departed Arad Ortiz Jr. Let's take a look at Sacred Goddess in action against Trading Trouble. It was the debut for both, and Sacred Goddess will be best by about a neck.
And I mean, maybe it was sort of the last move was the winning move, right, in this particular case. I don't think she ran a lot better than Trading Trouble. The thing I like more about her than Trading Trouble is she didn't run on September 7th at Kentucky Downs, coming back 12 days later. You know, she actually took a more sane route. She tried the Bolton Land against Open. She actually ran fairly well in that race. Nothing wrong with that effort. An effort that might be good enough to win here. I don't think there's anything not to like about her in today's race. She is the horse to beat. I'm going to try to beat her with Arenada. I had kind of been interested in St. Margaret, who scratched. I also want to give a shout out to the racing office, the racing department, for moving this race to the turf. This is a race that's been sort of, you know, we were withering on the vine, and now it's got a much more competitive field to turf, Greg.
Yeah, including one we talked about in the open here, Arenada. St. Margaret was in this race, who we would have loved to have seen compete in here as well. I was a little intrigued by her as well.
Yeah.
But Arenada did this so easily.
She really did. I mean, I don't think you can sort of underestimate. It's kind of like Jose asked her to run, she put in a run, and then he just sort of put it away, right? At the utmost confidence. This is one for people like me that talk about turf pedigrees, you know. And overall, you're better off at turf races looking for pedigrees and betting against short price without it. But she's a practical joke who's okay as a turf stallion from a Curlin mare. And the second dam is La Verdad. Nothing about her says turf. And I don't know who that is, but that is not Arenada. But that is Steve Asmussen. It's always nice to see Steve.
There you go. Thank you for that. Again, one more look. Joseph A. Jimma Field, race 6, 3:37 Eastern. But we have more pressing concerns, like the first race of the card coming up in just 7 minutes here. We're going to kick off the card. 6.5 furlongs, New York breds, $50,000 maiden claiming race, all up for sale in this opener to kick off an early Pick 5 as we look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So we'll get to this Pick 5 field to kick off the card here in a moment. Pick 6 carryover begins in race 4. There were a couple, one in particular, that final turf race, or second to last race of the day.
Your horse is in there, Kagalan. I'm not sure you like him today, and they're a little bit different.
I think that race is wide open. No, I was talking about yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. George Weaver.
Erudite.
Yes, George Weaver holds the key to today's Pick 6 because he potentially has the 2 shortest prices in the sequence in the first and last legs.
Play that Pick 6 carryover. Everything else right there at NowRaybets.com. Match 200, code to use at sign up for new members to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus and play with us all meet long and beyond. So here we go. We kick off what I already set up for you. St. Bridget's Cross, deserving to be favorite?
I think because Taken by the Wind, who beat her last time, came back and won the Pocahontas this weekend. I think people can't really ignore that. It maybe makes her last race look better. I'm not her biggest fan. I picked her third, but I do think you kind of have to move her up on that a little bit.
Here's back to Cali. Chris Engelhardt trains, Dylan Davis rides.
Probably shows some speed from the inside, but based on her first 2 starts, she might need more than class relief.
Baseball lady could be tough in this spot for Saffie Joseph Jr.
She's my pick. I was hoping there'd be some pace, and I thought she's kind of progressing as a horse that seems to lack maturity.
First-time starter taking no money, Essence of Faith.
Yeah, we'll see. A first foal. No, not much pedigree.
Here is the St. Bridget's Cross for George Weaver.
I guess the question with her is, how confident are you she's the speed, with both the 1 and 5 potentially also having speed?
Yeah, Pinky Breyer, intriguing second time out for Mike Maker.
I agree with you. I think she's very, very interesting as an alternative to the 2 shortest priced horses. I picked her second.
Took money in the debut. Here's another first-time starter for Dominic Schettino, Spirit Forward.
1 and 2 for Dominic, neither one of them taking any money.
And a George Weaver first-time starter outside at 9-2.
Right, but you can almost feel people saying, I bet the 8-5 George Weaver, and he won with a first-time starter. It won't be me. I'm not betting this horse, but listen, George is a dangerous man.
And that one's a daughter of Galileans. Seeing a lot of Galileans. Really popular.
Well, at least unlike another owner, they didn't pay $700,000 for a couple of them. This one went for $16,000, a little more realistic.
Back to St. Bridget's Cross. So here's the Weaver, who's getting more heavily bet, who was the 8-5 favorite. 2 tries sprinting on the grass, then a race that came off the turf, and had a 3.5 length lead, leading every step of the way, just about, and gets caught by a horse, as you mentioned, who would come back and do what?
He came back and won the Pocahontas, and she improved her buyer speed figure around 15 points or so. But, you know, she was also very green winning her debut and had a right to really move forward, I think, more than St. Bridget's Cross. And St. Bridget's Cross, it was 7 furlongs because it was an off-the-turf race, so asking her to go a little bit shorter today at 6.5. But that was an off-the-turf race, and this is the first time she's ever been entered in a scheduled dirt race. She's only been entered on the turf and on an off-the-turf, and I don't really love that as the favorite. You seem to have some questions on her, too. You don't seem thrilled by her.
No, I prefer Baseball Lady in this spot, but interested to see what Acacia thinks here as she warms up on the racetrack. Let's bring in Acacia Clement for the first time on our Friday coverage. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and I'm with you guys as far as the 2 horses that are taking most of the attention in here. Starting off with that George Weaver runner in St. Bridget's Cross. Yes, she was beaten by Taken by the Wind, who would come back to win the Pocahontas. There was also another horse out of that race to come back and win with a 62 buyer speed figure. But looking at her in here, she's certainly fine. She warmed up nicely away from the pony. She really did frame herself up well. Physically, I just much prefer everything that I've seen from Baseball Lady. So we'll see what St. Bridget's Cross can do. There is a little bit of turf and dirt in the pedigree, but she was not, this is her first time being dirt meant, and she's going to be a very short price. The number 2 Baseball Lady, though, as I mentioned, physically, I prefer what I saw overall. She was very aggressive and really sharp first time out up in Saratoga. Far more settled today, which is not uncommon to see, especially with young horses as they have more races under their belt and especially coming to a much quieter location like Aqueduct here. She too warmed up well away from the pony. I thought watching that race, she was hard to handle early last time out, and it seemed like Flavien Prat just kind of sat on her and tried to protect her. She wasn't moving the most comfortably, and then she kicked on late. I think she's really still figuring things out, blinkers going on, and I think we'll see a better performance from her. The number 5, Pinky Breyer. She was a horse that I thought first time out could maybe handle a little bit more ground. She does get a touch more. She stretches out to the 6.5. She's professional once again, even more fit and tucked up. She did get a little bit warm back in the paddock, which I didn't see from her first time out. Don't think there was a ton of quality maybe that she faced in her debut as Boloro, the second place finisher, won with a 45 next time out, but she was pretty high-headed in that race, often suggesting that that's the type of horse that will benefit from a start. Quickly on the 7th of McGowan Street, first-time starter for George Weaver, does debut with blinkers on and a pretty good-sized blinker cup too. Really wish that she had more muscle mass, particularly in her hind end, but John Velasquez has kept her circling, doing figure 8s, moving constantly out there. She did move well. I just felt the ones with experience seemed to have an edge. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Minute to post here in this First, to kick off our Friday action as we go back to Baseball Lady here. Blinkers on, start number 3, and drops in for the lowest level she's been in yet.
I guess putting the blinkers on, I mean, I'm guessing here, they're trying to get her to be a little more focused early, because in both of her races, she's kind of taken herself out of the running of the races a little bit into the race. And that makes it hard to win, obviously, especially dirt races. And even with some potential speed in here, you don't want a horse that just keeps dropping back early. You need horses to maintain their position, even if they're closers. And maybe they're trying to get her more focused in her third start. I prefer with some speed in this race. I just think the 4 is a little bit questionable because they just never met the dirt.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So here's the favorite, St. Bridget's Cross. She got to the lead last start. She did it not necessarily with that quick of fractions. There's a good chance she's maybe not the speed of the speed in today's field.
I totally agree. Who's to say that the 1 or the 5 can't be faster? The 5 may just be faster than she is. I think that's a very valid point. I think the assumption is looking at her, she's going to be the speed, and I don't know that she has to be the speed in here. Speed at 7 furlongs, not necessarily speed, right?
Yeah.
That's a great point.
2-1. Baseball Lady steps in, daughter of by my standards, Saffie Joseph Jr., but public has been all over St. Bridget's Cross from the get-go. There she is, about to step in with Javier Castellano, set to kick off this Friday card. Chris Griffin with the call.
St. Bridget's Cross. Javier Castellano, they go in. Pinky Briar. Pinky Briar. Goes in, 2 out. Spirit Forward. Spirit Forward. McGowan Street to the outside. McGowan Street goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for the 2 outside markers there, Spirit Forward and also McGowan Street. Baseball Lady right out to the front and has company. There's Pinky Briar, center of the racetrack, and splitting them as St. Bridget's Cross. 3 across the racetrack early, and St. Bridget's Cross has put a nose in front. Tightly at the rail, that's Baseball Lady. Doesn't want to give up that position, and these 3 fly away. Pinky Briar is settled just off of the top duo, but they are still across the racetrack, and they move quickly early. 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Back to Kali is right there in 4th. Starts to move forward, has some momentum, is trying to catch those leaders as they're well into the turn now. Also trying to run on from 5th, that's McGowan Street and John Velasquez. They start to make an eye-catching move here, starting to pick up some rivals. Then from the back, Spirit Forward, and tailing off will be Essence of Faith. It's now a 2-way battle for the front, and to the inside St. Bridget's Cross, and to the outside Pinky Briar. These 2 continue to go shoulder to shoulder, and now St. Bridget's Cross is finding a touch more. St. Bridget's Cross has been hounded throughout here by Pinky Briar towards the outside. They put away Baseball Lady, who's back to 3rd as they're approaching a final furlong. St. Bridget's Cross and a stubborn Pinky Briar. Baseball Lady's even back for more. It's far, far back to the rest. A 16th left to go. St. Bridget's Cross. Javier Castellano, they'll win the opener. Pinky Briar 2nd, then Baseball Lady far back. Spirit Forward picks up 4th. In 1 minute 18 seconds flat.
St. Bridget's Cross gets it done. Had to fight for that early lead, but she did get it, and she keeps on going.
Yep, she did. She earned it. She fought with the 2 who showed surprising speed. That one dropped back and never really finished at all. The number 5 horse, Pinky Briar, came to her. It looked like she might have a shot to go by her, but she just kept on battling, and I guess it was as simple as saying she lost to a horse that won a stake in her next start. Sometimes the game is more simple than we think. Usually it isn't, though.
In this case, though, yeah, it was. We made to try and make it a little more difficult. 4-5-2-6, St. Bridget's Cross, George Weaver, Javier Castellano. Kick things off with a filly by one who I loved, Leinster. Sprinter on the grass who was very talented, but he was turf.
I don't have a great memory of him. Was it Mark Was it Cassie? I can't remember.
Don't believe so. I'd have to look it up.
I'm right about it. I don't have much.
9-5 on St. Bridget's Cross. And one more look here. As the 5 tried to stay with this one, Pinky Briar, early on, and just no match late.
Yeah, it looked like the 5 might have a shot to get by her, but she just couldn't seem to get her done. Was just looking ahead on another station, and seemed like the 5 came out at the start and kind of bothered the 6, who ended up closing for a distant 4th.
Early on, Baseball Lady tried to show a little more speed.
Yeah.
And keep up early, was not able to.
It was a quick enough start, and you'll watch the number 5 horse is going to take a right turn coming out of the gate, and particularly bothers the 6, but the 7 as well. Nothing major, and that's just gate stuff at the start. Not something you'll ever see adjudicated.
So again, 4-5-2-6 finish, 9-5 favorite with the win. St. Bridget's Cross kicks off our Friday action.
It was Rusty Arnold, as Acacia just told us, the trained Leister. Thank you, Acacia.
Prices from this opener. When we come back, the Pick 6 carryover, that begins in race 4 later this afternoon. We'll be back right after a break. Stick around.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, St. Bridget's Cross that wins at the opener, heading into the winner's circle with Javier Castellano aboard, who's joining me here. As Javier, this filly, she had one off the turf race that she ran well in. Certainly seemed like she handled fast main track meant for the dirt today.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the way she did it today, especially I watched it replay the last time. First time I ride her, and I learned a lot through the process when she ran the last time in Saratoga off the track. Seemed to me she's a straightforward horse, and I'm able to work it last week. I have opportunity to give me the opportunity to work the horse and learning through the process to get the horse to ride. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Weaver. And Peter, the assistant, he did a great job and give me a lot of information to the way he's supposed to ride the horse, and we ended up in good result today.
How much more confidence does that give you when you've had the chance to work a horse, especially a young 2-year-old, and kind of get a feel for any quirks or just even how they move in general?
It's a BH, you know. I love to get on horses in the morning because you learn it. Every horse got different attitude and the way different they move, and you learn it through the process. Every time you get on the horses, and you build your confidence when you go in the afternoon, you know the horse so well, and you ride with some release, and you be very focused to win, have the best result in the race.
Certainly best result today. She fought for it as well, though. You had some pressure, too.
She did. I mean, it's good to be start good. First day race, and she's straightforward, broke good at the gate. She dictated the pace and the good way. Nice, easy, beautiful stride, and she finished really well.
Good way to kick off the day. Indeed, congratulations, Javier.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Greg?
St. Bridget's Cross, $5.64 for the win as the favorite kicks off our Friday action in this New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming race. 4-5-2 finish. Race 2. Start of an early pick 4 on the turf, mile and a 16th, $50,000 maiden claiming group. This race feels incredibly wide open.
I completely agree with you. I don't have an argument that Battle Drum, the number 5, who will be a pretty strong favorite by post time, probably under 2-1, is the horse to beat. The problem is 0 for 10 with 5 seconds. There's no doubt, though, the horse has run well in recent races, particularly last time. I have no knock on him except that he doesn't win. None of them win. That's why they're maidens.
Yeah,
by the way,
I thought No Merlot deserved a huge look in this race.
I prefer sideways, but you're entitled.
Ran a big effort, maiden special at Tampa the last time on grass that fits with all of these.
It's probably
way
a big
too
price.
big a price right now.
Yeah.
We'll get back to it. Coming up over the weekend, Grade 3 Winter Memories for 3-year-old fillies on the lawn at a mile, $175,000 purse. This is coming up on our Saturday action. And Winter Memories, this is the 2012 Diana.
She was an exciting horse. Unfortunately, this was her final career start. She ended up injured after this race and was sadly retired from such a great line of runners for the Phillips family. And Jimmy Toner trained so many of them, including Memories of Silver and many, many others. I think we have more races named for horses in this family than anywhere you could find. And she was a very cool horse. People always love, a gray that closes from way back. She had some incredibly exciting wins during her career. A really good horse, trained by a terrific trainer as well, and Jimmy.
Well, this year's edition, race 8 on Saturday, 4:42 Eastern start time. And Opulent Restraint and Mayday Ready, they get reunited, having met in that Belmont Oaks Invitational. They finished 3rd and 4th, respectively. And Opulent Restraint, those back-to-back efforts, including 3rd in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational, where she had been so much more forward, gets the rail again today. Do they have to go with her?
Well, Chad Brown believes that for her to run her best races, she needs to be forward. So I do think she's the speed of the speed, and I think she's much the horse to beat. Cutting back in distance, this was her second finish, and she lost to Laurelin in this race, who is undefeated and won the Saratoga Oaks, I want to say, with Kendrick. And I believe she's losing to Laurelin in this race, right? Undefeated, a very good horse. I think the distance suits her. I think a little bit of a cutback for her is going to help, and I just think she's way the horse to beat.
2-1 on the morning line. Manny Franco will ride. And Mayday Ready will get another crack at her. Since they met, Mayday Ready comes in off a victory in the Lake Placid for Joseph Lee and Frankie Dettori scheduled to ride with more. Let's go to Acacia.
And Mayday Ready is a very cool filly, Greg, for Jolie. She was incredibly game, winning last time out. And she's also a horse that I think has maybe taken a little bit of time to come to hand this year. She unfortunately had to run in an off-the-turf race against Nitrogen, who we've seen has shown that she is just as good on the dirt as well. And then we got a chance to see her win the Lake Placid last time out, where she really fought. She had a lot of ability as a 2-year-old, and then it seemed maybe coming back after traveling the world, like I said, taking a little bit of time this year. But she really showed with this win that she cemented herself as being back and being able to live up to some of that hype that we did see as a 2-year-old. You don't always see that jump from 2 to 3, and mentally she is a horse that can be a bit tough prior to her races as well. I think that this is a big vote of confidence if you are a Mayday Ready fan, to see that she is able to continue on and facing deeper and deeper waters as she tries to pick up yet another stakes victory, Greg.
Look forward to seeing these two go at it again. At a mile distance, anyone else in that group, you get some big prices in there. I guess Ready for Candy might take some support and would gate to wire last start, but that was a maiden win.
Yeah, I mean, Ready for Candy is sort of the unexposed horse in this race, so I suppose she could take some money. It isn't impossible. I guess the other Chad Brown runner that won up in Saratoga towards the outside has a chance, but I think they'll focus pretty much on the inside two horses. And May Ray is a nice horse, but she had, I mean, what a great idea it was to go to the lead in the Lake Placid and crawl around the racetrack. Going to be a little different here, but she's not untalented. She was a good 2-year-old, too.
Yeah, got to do it with slow fractions, but yeah, she has
like
a resume that's pretty credible.
Right.
That is coming up again on our Saturday coverage. Grade 3 Winter Memories, race 8 on our Saturday card. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll get into this pick 4. Battle Drum Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez team up again. Stay with us.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. 10 minutes away from the second coming up. On a beautiful Friday afternoon, earn 10 times rewards points on any race on the Churchill Downs card just by playing with Naira Bets. But be sure you opt in to take advantage of that promotion. Bet anywhere, any track, anywhere, anytime. As we get set for this early pick 4 coming up. And they're the one we showed you going to break. Todd Pletcher's Battle Drum, who's starting to rack up quite a few defeats. 5 runner-ups in 10 starts.
But if you like him, don't get too excited about that 7-2. He's the same price as the other Pletcher. He will be a very short price by post time. Or much shorter, I should say.
Yeah, 7-2 favorite. But that, yeah, as Mandy mentioned, that price will come down. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And as far as Battle Drum is concerned, he certainly could win, but I think we kind of know what he is. So taking a look at a few horses who are doing something different today, starting off with a new claim in the number 4, Billy White Shoes, who I think kind of took money by default first time out for Wesley Ward. Broke slowly, just seemed to never really kind of get into the race very much, and never a threat in the running there. Looking at him, I like the stretch out from a physical perspective. He has a bit more size to him. I think think that this distance should suit him well. And he looked to me that he was just a horse that was run off his feet first time out. He's also bright and a little bit sharper in here today. He's very fit. And Bill Morey, as we've discussed, off the claim, particularly on the turf here in New York, has been incredibly effective. And I would anticipate this horse to be more forward and get into the running of the race a bit better. Like I said, I like the distance for him as well. The number 3, Retico, he is a horse that did finish behind Battle Drum last time out. He kind of threw his head up at the start last time. And he does get blinkers on, a short cheater cup. He has that shadow roll, which he has been wearing recently, but an equipment change to a piece of equipment that he actually used to wear early on in his career, I think in large part because he's a horse that just has not been getting out of the gate well, particularly recently. Yes, the short comment says pinched at the start. I think it was really because he caused his own trouble and that he was off slow, and then that hole closed in front of him. He's always been a good-looking, long-striding individual. We'll see if that equipment change can help him break a bit better and not leave himself with so much to do. The number 8, Thorsness, is first off of a layoff for Todd Pletcher and does come back as a gelding. Actually saw the horse at Gulfstream early on. He has not really grown or changed or developed much. So I was hoping to see a bit more forward progression from him. He is, funny enough, the half-brother to Grade 1 dirt winner, Nutella Fella, a dirt sprinter. But he is by War of Will, whose progeny I think in large part we see more effective on the grass, and he ran fine last time out, dueling for second and running on as the favorite with the addition of blinkers. There's a 3/4 cup blinker, so pretty well covered up. He looks fit enough, but like I said, from the first half of the year to the second, I just wish that I saw a bit more progression from him. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here in race 2 to start this pick 4. As we look at that 4-1 shot, Thorsness, another Pletcher, I think is intriguing.
I actually don't like that horse at all, which probably put him in the winner's circle. I thought that horse ran against a terrible field last time out. I wonder, you know, with Irad out, who are the jockey bettors going to gravitate to? You know who might be a candidate for that? Ricardo. Given the success he's been having lately, I could see people gravitating. You think it'll be Pratt mostly?
It was rare to see it. It was always Irad. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be. I mean, that's the logical
He inherits
answer,
that burden.
Here is suspiciously named Romero Mirage.
He actually ran really well 2 races back. I don't like him in here, and I think there's other speed. But his effort 2 back was pretty good.
Hello, friends. Carlos Martin trains Nance. First on the grass.
First time on the grass. Not a lot of pedigree for the turf.
Here's Retico, faced Battle Drum last start and was 3.5 lengths behind.
Probably just piling up the losses, but actually didn't run that badly in that race.
Billy White Shoes claimed off Wesley Ward in a sprint turf debut.
We'll talk about it more. Bill Morey, amazing off the claim on turf in New York.
Battle Drum, here's the favorite.
The horse to beat, but he seems to find ways to lose. But it's still the horse to beat.
Wine Gold, Leah Germati back with this one.
We wish Lee all the best coming back, and not a lot to recommend on this one.
31-1, Bright Angel, Eddie Davis.
Another one that just doesn't seem to be competitive here. That's why a big price.
Thorsness, the other Pletcher, new gelding.
Is a new gelding, hasn't run in now 7 months. I don't like the field this horse ran against last time.
Here's the one I like, 26-1.
Well, on your say-so, I'm going to throw the horse in the exacta, Greg.
Policy change, Dylan Davis, Mike Maker.
Yeah, a switch from Todd Pletcher. They ran okay last time.
Ski Bum gets in.
No, he was in.
Oh, sorry, Tom Proctor. He was in already. Lane Luzzy,
Can he clear?
since June.
His last race was very good, by the way. But he's got to clear to be able to win here, I think.
There's the 8, Thorsness, who, last in the post parade. New gelding, added blinkers last start, but he's been off since late February at Gulfstream for Pletcher. All right, so let's look at Battle Drum. Down to, you were right, 7-2. It's become 5-2 already.
Yeah, he's going to be even lower by post time. I think he'll probably be under 2-1. The only thing to knock on this horse is that he's got 10 starts and 5 seconds, and he has lost at 3-5 in a couple of starts, and he's trained by Todd Pletcher. Trainers like Todd Pletcher win with these horses. So at a certain point, you say it's not Todd, it's the horse. Having said that, he's run fine in his races. I'm not sure if he's been a little unlucky. I mean, he lost to a stablemate that was just better last time. And he ran well in that race, but it's hard to get too excited, at least for us, on maidens that have 5 seconds and no wins and are short prices every time they run. Every time they run, he's a short price.
Now he beat, again, this one, the 3, Retico, pretty handily last start, although Retico had some issues out of the gate.
He did. He's another money burner. Now, he hasn't been as short a price as the 3, but I did want to show you the star of this race. He is the number 6 horse in here. He's going to break a little slow, and when they break a little slow, it's much easier to get shut off because jockeys will come over and sort of close that door, and you can't blame him for doing it. They kind of knocked him out farther than he wants to be because it doesn't have to be quite that far back. They put the blinkers on, obviously hoping for a better break. And when you got Ricardo, I'm not that Ricardo's just descending everything he rides, but he's a rider that looks to be more forward. So with a cleaner break, I don't think he'll be as outpaced early. Whether or not that means that he can beat Battle Drum is another story. At 0 for 11, he's getting a little tiresome too. And he's not exactly a big price.
Yeah. 7-2, and he's got a lot of lengths to move
does.
on. I mean,
I agree. I don't think that start, cost him all of that. I just want to say I'm betting on Billy White Shoes in this race. Bill Morey is 5 for 6 off the claim with turf horses in New York. That probably means he's going to be 0 for 13 and be 5 for 19 next time I look at the stat. But he has done very well moving them up off the claim on the turf at Naira, and I'm just not going to ignore it. So I took the easy way on the trainer stat with that.
Meanwhile, there's Ricardo Santana Jr., so hopping aboard this one for the very first time for the Tom Morley barn. Let's go back down to Acacia.
Retico got a big warm-up, which I appreciate, so we'll see if he can be more forward. Yes, he was a ways back from the favorite in Battle Drum. Battle Drum was actually not beaten by a stablemate, by an entry mate last time. The winner proved actually trained by Amelia Green, so it was a case of pupil beating, or should say pupil beating teacher, yes, last time. But as far as Battle Drum, he never switched leads in the stretch there. They tried putting blinkers on him 2 starts back, and he's been running the same kind of races. It hasn't really made an abundance of a difference to him. The one positive with this guy, though, is that he has tactical speed, and he can always kind of position himself in a spot to be right there. Maybe he's just the best of what he's faced in here, but it seems that he hasn't necessarily shown yet, at least, that killer instinct to seal the deal. Wanted to take a look at the 12 Ski Bum because this is a horse who's a big price, but his speed could make him dangerous. Can he clear from the outside? That'll be the challenge for Lane Leslie, who did ride him last time, and he did end up flattening. You see that Short Comet walked off. He was pulled up past the wire and attended to due to heat, so that's why he missed all of Saratoga, and we haven't seen him since then. He looks tremendous coming back, though. Great in his coat, really strong, seemed to be warming up well. So there was a reason for the layoff. I'm curious to see what he can do in here. He may not necessarily be quite good enough or be able to clear and sustain that speed, but he is one that is quite quick early, Greg.
The outside post, 4s for both Acacia and Andy, but yes, Ski Bum tried to go gate to wire a couple back, had shown sprint speed as well. So this horse is, no question, is quick early. As we go back to the 4.
And he was chasing a fast pace. He wasn't on the rail. The rail was the place to be. He ran very well last time. As far as my 4, Billy White Shoes, I mentioned the numbers for Bill Morey off the claim on turf. He's 3 for 3 with routes. 18, almost $19 ROI with some big prices. He has really moved horses off the claim on the turf around here, so I'm going to kind of stick with it. I don't have any real confidence in this horse, to be honest, but if you're trying to bet against the 5, I'm not sure how many great options there are, and for me, he was the best option. And I didn't want to put the 5 on top.
Okay.
So it's not a huge opinion.
Didn't you tell me just the other day the sire of the 4 does not win much in this country?
I know, but I think Bill Morey's going to supersede that.
Okay.
I agree. Those Wooten Batses have been, he was a funny sire. If you know his whole story, he was almost like Stormcat. He was bred to a handful of mares, and he had amazing success in his first year, and I believe Coolmore bought him. And he's done well. I mean, he's been an effective sire, but he's had more success, I think, in Europe than he has here. But he was running kind of an interesting story his first year because he was bred to, I don't know, it's like 11 or 16 mares, and there was an inordinate amount of horses that did well for him. Happens sometimes.
There's Kendrick Carmouche. He's on the other Pletcher, the new gelding, off since February. And again, next door, 25-1 on one who's way too big a price, who's better on turf, getting back on grass. And they should have just named the horse the actual line of the movie. Probably wouldn't have got through the Jockey Club, though.
Yeah, I don't think so. But you never know. I mean, they've let some names through I wouldn't have let go through. But I think when they have overt 4-letter words in them, I think it's probably hard to get them by. But maybe they tried.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the start of the Pick 4, race 2.
Ski Bum. Ski Bum. Lane Luzzy, they go in. All set. And they're off. Battle Drum flashes early speed and towards the inside will be suspiciously named. They're the top two and joined out wider. Here comes Policy Change to join that early fray. No choice. 4 wide right now is going to be Ski Bum as they approach that turn. The leader, suspiciously named. Romero Mirage, they're in front. They're up by a length and a half. There is a seam towards the inside, and Retico wants to take that position. Is now a shared second. Little Keen right in behind this leader, who's still clear by a length and a half. Retico is trying to settle, is right there in third. Is in behind Policy Change. Ski Bum is cornering wide. Battle Drum broke on top. Is in between rivals. Is now a shared fourth and fifth. Just behind them, it's another 2.5. Billy White Shoes is in sixth. That one's in front of Thor's Nest, who's now going to be in seventh. They're in front to Bright Angel in eighth. Far back in the field now, No Merlot and the 2 trailers. That's Nance with Wine Gold. 46.61 for the half-mile time. Suspiciously named is in front, is up by 2. Policy Change continues to chase, and a more comfortable Retico down towards the inside is back to third. Out wider, trying to rally on there is Ski Bum, has been wide throughout. Battle Drum is in between horses. John Velasquez looking for a seam, is now shoved along and trying to catch this leader, suspiciously named. Billy White Shoes is trying to run on from the back. No Merlot, suspiciously named, is trying to take him all the way and reaches the top of the lane. Retico has found a seam, is now chasing. Battle Drum is switched towards the far outside and Policy Change. Here comes Battle Drum, who now straightens up, and Battle Drum is rolling on by suspiciously named, who's back to second. From way out of it, No Merlot is the one that's lifting late. It is Battle Drum in front. No Merlot is trying to catch this leader, who's still clear by a length. Give it to Battle Drum. That's your winner. No Merlot up for second. That's suspiciously named. And Billy White Shoes, 1 minute 42 seconds flat.
Battle Drum with the win. Pletcher Velasquez, the 11th time the charm after 5 runner-ups.
Got a very, very good trip in this race behind a quick pace. And by the way, Sicily Named actually ran well, just getting nipped for second. Very game on the front end despite that fast pace, but Battle Drum just found the field he could beat. A great call by you on No Merlot, who got up for second at 25-1. Greg, you were dead right about that horse, and that was an excellent call here. And our 4 kind of one pace, kind of plotted up for fourth, but honestly, that horse never had any run at any point in the race. Did get the pace he needed to close into, just not good enough.
5-9-1 in here. Yeah, 9-5 over 25-1 over 14-1 for this trifecta, but it's the favorite in the end with the win.
Got the right trip, found a field he could beat. There was nothing wrong with him on the PPs. He's just a horse that didn't seem to. The only thing wrong with him is he didn't seem to like to win. But you had a great call there with the 9. That was. I thought you were crazy. You were not. That was an excellent call by you, Greg.
Thank you.
Got to just bet the horses. The what's his Alexander Payne movies. You know, there aren't enough. Love Alexander Payne. Nebraska. Did you see Nebraska with Bruce Dern?
No, I've not seen that.
Election.
Election's great. 9-5 favorite. Pletcher Velasquez Rapoli stable with the victory here, and it's a chalky beginning through the first couple of races on this card. We got a long way still to go, though, including a pick 6 carryover coming up. David Duggan, couple of big chances this afternoon. He could play huge in this pick 6 scenario we have coming up. We'll have his story and why it's been a complete turnaround of his career the last few years when we come back on America's Day at the Races here on our FS2 coverage.
$1,600,000. Thank you.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon with a pick six carryover to come beginning in race 4. It's brought to you where you can play it all, including that pick six at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 2 in the books. And through 2 races on this Friday afternoon, it's been pretty formful.
It has. It has. We saw Javier win. John Velasquez getting the second win. So it finally breaks the maiden. I think sometimes when they break their maiden, it's more of a relief for the connections than anything else.
So start number 11 after 5 runner-ups. Battle Drum finally breaks through. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning pilot John Velasquez as Johnny Battle Drum. For all the horses you ride for Todd, this is your first time riding this horse in a while. Talk to me a little bit about timing it to get there in time with him.
I know he always seemed to find an excuse to get beat. Twice that I rode him before, and he was second. And today I'm trying to be patient with him, not to get there too earlier. And by the quarter pole, the horse in front of me stopped. And not only stopping, now he's starting, to go out. And I had to move to try to push him there. The horse didn't close the hole before the other horse get in there. So I was forced to get a little bit sooner than I wanted to. And as soon as I got to the A+, I go, well, hopefully he holds down, because he has that little tendency to get there and then wait for the horses and gets beat. But this time he held on.
Certainly all about getting there at the right time. With horses like that and kind of navigating a trip, are you always kind of thinking as you're moving through about getting there at the right point?
No, like I said, so I was trying to keep him covered up so that way I don't have to be forced to move anywhere, so that way if somebody comes to the outside, you're forced to hold the position, but I kind of held him right behind the horse that was laying second, so I'm not forced to go anywhere, only if I wanted to. I mean, the horse on the outside of me, I knew I could push him out any time. He was already having trouble to stay in place in the backstretch, so I wanted to wait a little longer there. And then again, the horse in front of me stopping, he's riding, and he started moving out, and the horse inside is going to get through. So when he gets through, man, he's going to make me silly, so I'm going to have to move him, put a little bit of pressure. But at least he held down the lane, yeah.
He certainly did. He was game when it counted there. Well done, Johnny. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
This team that changed the game, and they sort of made each other's careers. Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, still hooking up quite a bit together. And they do here with Battle Drum.
It is an interesting point by you. I mean, obviously Johnny was, successful, and I think Todd would say to you, I think I jumped onto Johnny's bandwagon a little bit because he's that kind of guy. He wouldn't take the credit. But it is funny, Johnny won his first Grade 1, I think, in the early 90s with Turk Passer. Todd started in 96, and they got together pretty quickly, and man, did they have success together. Though I think both guys would have done okay without the other one, but it didn't hurt.
Here's a look at the field for race 3. Hey, Toby, 8-5. What do you think?
I think there's way too many people named Toby betting on this horse. I have no idea what this. The 3's got to be an enormous favorite by post time, right? And actually, not that strong a favorite over the 2 and 5.
There's one with
what?
Do you trust that form from Finger Lakes for Hey Toby?
No, I don't. I don't at all. And the best thing to say is he outside the other speed horses, but I think he's completely unreliable, and I don't trust Finger Lakes form. It often does not get reproduced here, and he's really only got the one particularly fast race in New York. Otherwise, for the most part, I don't know that he's really good enough to win here. I picked against Undisputed, much like I picked against the last winner, but I don't have any argument that Undisputed is the horse to beat in this race. I think you agree.
David Duggan with a big chance in this race, got an even bigger chance potentially later on in the card. And by his own admission, trainer David Duggan said he probably should have been done in this sport and stepped away, but he's just too stubborn to quit. Well, good thing that he stayed around after some very lean years. The last 3 years, he's on pace again to have one of the best years of his career, have been incredible for the Duggan team.
Trainer David Duggan has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer, and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard, and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States. But that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Duggan would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NYRA emboldened Duggan to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, you know, if we were ever going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Duggan destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Duggan barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best. We'll back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry, love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's gonna win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Duggan strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
It's been an incredible turnaround for him. So glad he stuck around. 2022 and 23 were the two best years of his career. Then last year, he topped out with the absolute best year of his career, over 1.4 million earnings. He's on pace for just the third time ever to top $1 million in earnings already.
He's a good trainer, just needs an opportunity. And, you know, part of the horses he's got, like this one, were horses that Rick Schosberg would have trained. And if Rick Schosberg can recommend you to his owners to train, that's good enough for me. Because Rick, a very, very good trainer, and so is Dave.
He's got Mo for the King here, who has some early speed. And in the 7th, later on, he's got Intentious. Dylan Davis will ride, who's a major player in that race as well. Could be a big afternoon for the Duggan barn. We'll be back with more on race 3 when we come back.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 3, approaching the 9-minute mark to post. And a look at the current favorite. There is Hey Toby, Jeremiah Engelhardt, who will have the one to beat Sacred Goddess in that Joseph A. Jimma later. He's got an intriguing shipper coming in here, coming in from Finger Lakes on back-to-back wins. Has this one just really turned the corner, or was it the company at Finger Lakes?
I don't know. My general feeling is that horses often will perform better at Finger Lakes than they do here. I do like the fact that if you like him, he's outside of the other speeds. I just don't like his chances here.
Let's go to Acacia.
As far as Undisputed is concerned, and a bit surprised that he is not currently the favorite because he was impressive last time out. And I know that you can look at that race and say that maybe it is an outlier, but I think as you go through his past performances, you'll realize that it's not necessarily a one standout type of race. He's run fast races before, and yes, it was his best performance recently, but he had been pretty consistent and running good efforts even prior to that. You look 3 back where he ran well, going the 7 furlongs with a 71 buyer speed figure, finishing second back in May as well. And then 2 back where, yes, he was well beaten and it was one of his slower races, but Iron Dome won that race by 10.5 and then would come back to win the Albany. So he was facing good company, was able to control and pull away when winning there. Undisputed, he looks great. All of Jenna Antonucci's horses are always really well turned out in their coats and the way that they present themselves, but he's one that I think has really come along nicely mentally as well. As the number 4 in here, Mo for the King, he's a horse that should be kind of the clear-cut pace setter. I'm curious as to how much company he will have. He's one that's always very rambunctious in the paddock. Prior to his races, they saddled him outside, kind of keeping moving, not over the top too much today, but they have gotten a little bit creative in all of his starts with being able to get the tack on. So a little bit hot, not out of character for him, as he is all leg. I kind of fell into the trap with the way that he's built, thinking that he would appreciate the 1 1/8 miles. Not so. I think the 7 furlongs to the mile is probably what suits him best. Actually, now that they've gotten the tack on him, he has settled a lot more. He's always one that I wish carried more conditioning, particularly across his flank and in his hind end. But I think because he is such a high energy, often nervous type, that's just who he is. He ran well last time, I thought, though. Second best for sure, but really showing an improved effort. The number 2, Refua, I know, he's one that never seems to win. He's got 16 seconds to those 3 victories and 8/3. He was well beaten by Iron Dome last time too. And I had remarked, as it was my first time seeing him since Joe Sharp had claimed him, and I've seen this horse over the years, even from his debut down at Gulfstream Park, and I thought last time was the best I've ever seen him appear. I just really was not convinced about the distance and going the 2 turns. This is a far better spot for him. He looks sensational once again. It's just always that question is if he's going to find a way to finish second instead, Greg.
Been a lot of seconds, a career of seconds for Refua, but occasionally he steps up and runs a big one.
Well, you got Refua and Refua Jr. in this race, right? Refua is 3 for 41, and Senegal is 1 for 14. It's almost exactly the same mathematically, right? They win 7% of their races. Senegal's got 8 seconds and thirds. Refua's got 16 seconds and 8/3. I mean, I could never take either one on top, but both of them fit a race that should have at least a reasonable pace. I hope Acacia's right. The Mo for the King I pick can clear. I don't know if he's faster than either Undisputed or necessarily Hey Toby. I'd love to see an aggressive ride, though.
Here's the 3-time winner with 16 runner-ups. He's closing in on $400,000 in earnings, Refua.
There's no question. On paper, he makes a lot of sense, except when you look at his record. He is a refuer.
Undisputed, impressive maiden score at Saratoga last out.
Tepid on the board right now. I still think that he'll ultimately be favored. His last race was good, and it's not his only good effort. I'm trying to beat him, but I think he's yours to beat.
Faced a monster, too. Mo for the King, Duggan barn.
I'm hoping his speed will work for him. I think he's run better than it looks. I think he's held fairly well in some pretty quick pace scenarios, and I just took a shot at a price in a race where I'm not exactly excited about anybody.
Hey, Toby went by trying to win his 3rd in a row. Those were at Finger Lakes. Senegal, Rudy Rodriguez.
Hey, Toby's a strange favorite. Senegal, the race sets up well for him. On the other hand, he's just 1 for 14 with 8 seconds and thirds, so he makes it tough for me to take him.
And first pitch just was 3rd up at Finger Lakes at a similar condition.
He won a race at 50-1 that made no sense. and he sort of hasn't done anything since.
And he's been in against the likes of Mo for the King, Rafua, Senegal, and he's been no match whatsoever. You can play this race, which kicks off a mandatory pay pick 5, by the way, by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. $200 deposit, match new customer bonus with that code. Match 200 at sign up at nairabets.com. So 4 minutes away from a mandatory pay pick 5. And there is Undisputed. Broke the maiden in a big way at Saratoga in career start number 5.
His last race was good. It's not his only good effort. That second to Palace Boss was a good one going back to May, where he finished at a counter move, was probably going to be a pretty big favorite in race number 4. But he was on a track that was favoring horses that were forward. So I do think the track played for him a little bit. I also think that none of the others sort of showed up that looked good. But he ran a fast race, and he runs back to that race. He's going to be very tough to beat in here. Whether or not he ends up to speed, I don't know. Is he a horse that needs the lead to win? I don't know. Jenna had a very big meet. Jenna Antonucci's a trainer in Saratoga. Can she continue to do it at Aqueduct? We'll see.
As Ricardo Santana Jr. back aboard, he was on board for that easiest of wins last start, but going gets a lot tougher in against winners. Next door, we showed you how successful David Duggan has been in the last few years. This horse trying to find maybe the distance that's right for him.
I agree. And just is he necessarily good enough? He does have races that are fast enough to compete here, and he's a price. I'm talking about the number 4, Mo for the King. I don't love how the race sets up for him. If he could somehow get loose in the lead, I would love that, but I'm not confident that's going to happen, especially with a rider who's not known to be overly aggressive. I just wanted a bit of a price because Rafua and Senegal don't win. I want to see Undisputed do it again, and I didn't like Hey Toby, so I landed on him. It's a lukewarm opinion. It's more of a decent price for a good trainer on a horse that has run races good enough to win, and I'm hoping he can find a way to get it done. But I will admit, he's a little bit of a stretch.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And I think this is a very tough race because if Undisputed doesn't necessarily win, it really kind of opens it up for anybody. And I did land on Senegal in here. I know, as Andy said, he's kind of Rafua Jr., which I would agree with. Not a winning type, but I feel like he has had some legitimate excuses. He is second time in the barn of Rudy Rodriguez. He was going the mile in an 8th last time, which given his demeanor, I was not really sold on. I think this too is a better spot for him. And we did see Rudy's barn be a bit colder up in Saratoga, and it has been strong since we came back downstate here to the Belmont at the Big A meet. Ruben Silvera giving this horse a big warm-up. He's been circling out there. He's always one that's pretty sharp as well. I think that he should hopefully get into a little bit of a better momentum and be forward in here. Like I said, wanted to give him another chance, one more chance, going back to doing what I think he really wants to do. As far as the 5, Hey Toby, who's taking all of that early money, yes, he should be forward as he pressed to pace setter last time out. I haven't seen him in quite some time because despite being a New York bred, he actually doesn't race on the Naira circuit all that often. Most of his success happening up at Finger Lakes. Since I've last seen him though, he hasn't grown, he hasn't changed, he hasn't really developed. He was more settled back in the paddock. He did get kind of revved up saddling again, and he's sharp. It's just maybe he is a horse that's in good form, and there's something to be said for that. But I felt that he's meeting some tougher company than what he's been facing up at Finger Lakes recently. Greg?
We'll see if maybe he is just a different horse, though, and he comes back to Belmont of the Big A as that horse. They might be in trouble.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. But in my experience, Finger Lakes, we'll often see horses that don't run that well here go to Finger Lakes and improve. They come back here, they don't run as well. He has run well enough in the past at Naira. He drew favorably for a horse that can be forward. I don't like him. I think there's better horses in this race. But if you like him at 3-1, bet him. He's just not my cup of tea in here. It's a very hard race because it's a race for me where you can find more reasons to not bet horses than bet them. And I can't find somebody that I find is such a clever other horse. I'm trying with Mo for the King, but I'm going to be honest, I don't have a lot of confidence. I made a small bet. Horse is 10-1. I have to bet a few dollars on him. You can't be in this job and pick 10-1 shots and not bet your own money on them. That's just dishonest in my opinion. So I'm going to lose a few dollars when he doesn't win here, but I'm not going overboard.
I'm much more high on the horse he has later in the card.
Which
Duggan.
is?
Intentious in race 7.
Yeah, a lot of people I saw like that horse. I didn't love him, but I think I picked him third. Certainly could win. My problem with him, though, is he's another horse where his good races are at Finger Lakes. He's never won the NYRA circuit, and all his wins are at Finger Lakes. That bothers me a little about that horse.
His last race, I thought was very good, and it was at Saratoga. That was one of his better races.
I thought he ran okay. I think he can win. I'm not wildly against him, but it does bother me that he's a multiple winner and all of those wins were at Finger Lakes. That's what bothers me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And then you have the old, and this is part of the pick six, by the way, later in the card, but the old runner-up specialist. Talk about Refua. Geopolitics.
Yeah, geopolitics.
Who just does not want to win, but he's going to get bet again.
Yeah, she probably will take money in there, and she did have a massive excuse last time, but stumbling of the stars obviously was a real problem for her last time, as we do see eventually Undisputed, not surprisingly, does end up the favorite.
All this money on Undisputed kind of makes you take notice, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, if the horse runs the last race, he's going to be tough. I'm just not the kind of horse I want to bet back off that, but I don't have any problem. Somebody says to me, I think he's just the best horse in the race. I think that's entirely possible.
9-5 Undisputed, first time in against winners, but he dusted maidens last time out to get that first win. Set for this mandatory pay pick 5 here in the third. Chris Griffin, the call.
First pitch to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a good line. Mo for the King. Asks for speed in between horses. First pitch is out wider in the lime green cap. Hey, Toby's trying to join them and does. They are still well across the racetrack here. A lineup of about 5 of them as they get set to come out of the chute. At the rail, that's going to be Undisputed. It's going to have to make a decision here as they come out of the chute. We'll take back, and now that's going to allow Mo for the King to cross over. And Mo for the King, Hey Toby, they're 1-2 as they start to edge away here from the rest of the field. Center of the racetrack is first pitch. It's way out there in the center of the racetrack is now past Senegal, who's back to fourth. Undisputed now finds a tucked-in spot right in behind that leader, Mo for the King. The trailer, Refua, tightly bunched as they worked up the backstretch, 23.56, a moderate opening quarter. Mo for the King in front. In the 2-path. Here comes Undisputed, is ready to challenge. Now asks for more. That's Hey Toby. Castellano out wider 3 wide. Just in behind them, Refua, Kendrick Carmouche. They're within range. They've got a rail skimming ride. They're in fourth. Just in behind that leading trio now. Chased along as Senegal, and dropping back was first pitch. 46.59 for the half-mile time. All in now is Mo for the King. Undisputed in between horses. Hey, Toby is trying to push by them both, and just drafting right in behind them can Refua run by them all. Here is Hey Toby, and Hey Toby now sprints towards the front. Mo for the King will not give in, and Mo for the King is back for more. Mo for the King, Hey Toby, Refua is just catching them slowly up on the grandstand side. Refua is trying to run by and does. Refua is taking the lead. Mo for the King continues to battle. Refua gets the victory. Refua over Mo for the King. Then came Hey Toby and Senegal. In 1 minute 37 seconds flat.
Refua for just the 4th time in 42 career starts. We'll get his picture taken.
You ever notice when these horses win, they always seem to beat you? And I'm not surprised. I picked Refua second in this race. He couldn't have gotten a more delicious trip. Moving up front, save ground, angled out. Another good ride by Kendrick, gets it done. Boy, I got to tell you, I'm a little frustrated betting on the 4 Mo for the King because he ran a winning race, battled the whole way, put everybody away, but Refua just got the right trip, and Refua is now 4 for 42.
Well, that was a good pick, even a defeat. This horse gets to the front, puts away Hey Toby, who gave him a run for his money, and it looked like he had it, but Refua there on the outside, he's coming.
Yeah, he got a great trip for Kendrick, and I think Kendrick probably would say he kept him away from horses so he wouldn't hang or anything on the money, and he was able to get it done. I am a little discouraged because I did bet a few dollars on the 4 who ran a winning race at a big price, but what are you going to do? I was smart. I had the exacta, but Refua is a tough horse to put on top, so I just bet to win.
Joe Sharp, Kendrick Carmouche, and Refua, the 6-year-old, with win number 4. Again, in his 42 race career with those 16 runner-ups. Good for him to get this win. 5-2 to start off this mandatory pay pick 5, and another short price. Not the favorite. Coast's second choice on the board. But again, chalky beginning through the first 3 on this Friday afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. Kendrick Carmouche continues to rack up victories early on at this meet here in week 2. We'll be back with prices next.
Settles for third today at the 16th hole. Gunite is second, but Elite Power does it again.
High ball evading at 875 down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. And the leading rider at the meet adds another. Rafua does not win a lot. That's an understatement of the year. Gets one here.
6-year-old wins his non-winners one condition in his 42nd start. At 5-2, no less. But he got the right trip, that's for sure. And he found the right field. We tried to get Duggan home, right? We showed the feature. We tried.
We did. That feature angle. It usually is pretty strong. It's a nice pick by you. Look, this horse ran a big effort.
He really did run well in there. He fought them all
we're talking
off.
about.
You know, yeah, he did. But Rafua got the right trip. And listen, Rafua might have been kind of the horse to beat on talent in here.
Yeah.
He just doesn't win.
And he won fairly easy here, too.
No, he got a great, great trip and a great ride. Rafua doesn't win races by a head, I don't think.
So 5-2 on your winner, $7.66 for the victory. And that's not a bad pick 3 considering what's come in, is it?
What do we see, 5 and change, 15? Yeah, it's a little bit higher than the parlay, not much.
Okay. Race 4 starts the pick 6 carryover.
They weren't that short.
6.5 furlongs. New York breds maiden special weight to start it off. Counter move. George Weaver, John Velasquez faced a horse who came back to look pretty good next time out. Palace Boss last start.
I agree, but he's also lost 2 straight races at 3-5. And like we said, George Weaver is a very important player in this pick 6 because this horse could be one of the shorter prices. And though they're dumping on the favorite right now, I mean, the first time starter, Good Cop, and the last race, he has maybe the biggest single in the whole sequence, an Insubordination, who's going to be a very heavy favorite dropping down there. So George has a couple of shots to kind of either do well for people or bury them in the pick 6. It's not really your fault, George, one way or the other.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Getting set for this pick 6 carryover, just over $26,000. Eric Cancel with some big opportunities still to come in this card. We'll learn more about him. How he's surviving on this New York jockey circuit when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Spine-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring. Secretariat-like. Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides. And Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney. Gun Runners on top of the world.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite part of riding is coming to the track and being able to work the horses. It's just wonderful, you know, being around these animals. Good job, buddy. I just wake up and it's the first thing I do every morning, you know, come to work. It's just a big motivation for me.
It's the mornings when Eric Cancel works on honing his riding skills by working future mounts. It's during these works when trainers teach and develop young horses for the races in the afternoon.
He wanted to try him on the turf because the horse haven't been showing too much. He said, try to find company if you can, you know, just to see what he got. I found a pair of horses and I just sat behind them, you know, try to teach him a little bit too. Good job.
Unreal day for young Eric Cancel. Just incredible.
It was something very special, something that I didn't think it was going to be possible to do.
To close out the meet on a 6-win day, history-making day to equal the most ever wins in a card.
I'm just glad that I can make my dreams come true.
Cancel grew up in Puerto Rico. Both his parents were jockeys and remain Eric's most ardent supporters.
They knew that it was something that I loved to do, and they were good with it. They always gave me a motivation to keep it going. I had their support. It's something wonderful, you know? You're not the only one that is enjoying it. Actually, your family's enjoying it with you. For me, it fills my heart with happiness, something that I love to do, something that I've been around all my life.
Not easy to stick around in the toughest jockey colony there is in the game. And Eric Cancel not only sticking around, he's getting some big opportunities. He'll ride later today. He's got a big chance riding for Chad Brown in the Turf Mayor and Midnight in that 8th race on the card.
Do we know where Flavien Prat is? Did he go to Presque Isle for the Masters tonight?
Could be.
An APB for him. Not riding today.
We'll see Cancel coming up next in the 4th as well. He'll be on the rail horse, Too Honest Mischief. Let's look ahead to race 6, though. Joseph A. Jimma, 6 furlongs on the grass. And Sacred Goddess, Ricardo Santana Jr., debut victory, beat Trading Trouble, and then tried, that was New York bred maiden special, Open Company in a stake in the Bolton Landing, and actually ran pretty good.
She ran fine in there, I agree. I think she's run well in both her starts. She's got good trips, but she should get another good trip from there. We'll see what happens. I don't have any problem with her. You know, maybe the last move is what beat Trading Trouble, who came back to win her next start, but unlike Trading Trouble, she didn't run 12 days ago going after big money at Kentucky Downs with a New York bred. She stayed here and was patient waiting for this race. She's the one to beat. I think Arenado for Linda is difficult, is a potential upsetter down the inside. It's the second choice.
Meanwhile, Grazi will try the turf for the first time. Did win first out on dirt, went to the Seeking the Ante. Distant third against a horse who's become pretty good, Iron Orchard. The dam produced Drexel Hill, though, who was very good on synthetic and was a runner-up at the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, it's a dirt first family. I mean, the second dam was a European, but you've got a Daher mare, and, you know, maybe Modernist, you know, he's just starting out, and he's an Uncle Mo, so maybe he'll prove to have some turf. He's going to have to, this horse is going to have to improve to be effective here. So you've got a horse that, at least the service things at best, has a sort of mediocre turf pedigree, trying to improve to win this. Good luck. She'll be a price if you like her.
And Eric Cancel will get that mount for Pletcher in Rapoli Stable a little bit later on in that early feature coming up in that Joseph A. Jimma. First things first, the start of this pick 6. No one able to put together the puzzle on Thursday, so carryover here. It was a tough one to come up with, obviously, and that's why we're here. In terms of this first leg, how'd you feel about how difficult this is?
Well, I like the 7 in this race. Now, my opinions hurt you in paying pick 6s. You have to be careful how many opinions you want to have, because picking winners is a tricky thing. Hitting pick 6 is about putting your tickets together well, not about picking winners as much. Counter move is obviously the horse to beat. Now you've got a firster, Good Cop, taking a lot of early money. Is it getting bet because it's Todd Pletcher with a firster? A Tis the Law that sold for only $40,000, Greg?
Does have, according to the DRF Clocker report, a very big work.
Okay. Not surprising. That's, I guess, why the horse is getting bet. Certainly, it's Todd Pletcher. I won't be surprised. I liked Spiteful Storm, but 3, 5, and 7, they'd have to be on a responsible ticket, I think.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And starting with that first-time starter, Good Cop, yes, Greg mentioning, looking at the Daily Racing Form Clocker report, did have a B-plus workout most recently, but was in company with a horse that ran on turf debut and did not hit the board. So a little bit of a tricky read, but as far as this horse is concerned, Good Cop, yes, it is a short purchase price for a progeny of Tis the Law, whose offspring have been effective on all surfaces, have been quite precocious as well, and I've become a big fan of Tis the Law, especially with turf sprinters. But like I said, effective on all surfaces, not much in the pedigree to report. The dam was stakes placed. She did win a couple times going long in the dirt, and this is her first full. So a little bit, like I said, of a tricky read. Very fit coming in. I wish, if anything, he had a little bit more substance in his hind end, a little bit more muscle mass altogether. Do you know he has a gelding? That was a change that was reported not coming in as a colt. And the Tis the Laws that I've seen often are quite broad and stocky and powerful. So I wish I saw a bit more of that. I'll watch him warm up, but so far so good. I really don't have any overall problem on him, and he is a new face coming into this spot. The 3 counter move comes in off a bit of a freshening for George Weaver. Yes, he has taken money in his last 2 starts as the favorite, but Palace Boss is far more accomplished and I think just better. He would come back to win with an 82 buyer speed figure in his next start and just finished second the other day here. And if you watch that race, Counter Move was trying to get out every step of the way through the running of that race, and in particular in the stretch where he did drift significantly. The winner just kind of having that better momentum, lucky that he did not impede that one's forward run. I think that it could be by virtue of the fact that maybe it was just too far for him last time out. It was not in the paddock, so I'm not sure with being able to compare equipment, but he is here with a ring bit, so that will give the rider a little bit more control, hopefully, as maybe he did just get tired. I think shorter should suit, but I like the way that he is presenting himself here in the paddock. The 7, Spiteful Storm. This horse is one that I think really did improve first to second start, but I think he's better when he can show that early speed. And Ricardo Santana climbing aboard is a rider that has been aggressive, and this horse has been sharp. Nothing over the top, but he kind of has that energy bubbling beneath the surface, which I appreciate. It kind of just kept grinding and was not able to really accelerate. So I think that if we see him go back to the running style that we saw on debut, that should really bode well for him. He is a big kind of rough-looking type of individual as well, so probably now making his 3rd start, he's going to be the strongest and fittest that he has been thus far, Greg.
7-2 right now for the James Bond barn. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. Spiteful Storm the 7. As you get a look at the man we just showed you the feature on, there's Eric Cancel. He'll be on a 15-1 shot on the rail. 2 Honest Mischief, who has hit the board in 6 of the 12 efforts, but certainly you think it'd need a little bit better here, but has tackled some good ones. Train the Trainer, distant 3rd to that horse, although that was on a wet track. There's some races that make this horse figure, no?
No, but maybe you get a piece if you want him. It's not for me, but he's a big price if you like him. I mean, I don't really have you've got a Pletcher horse that's taking money that works well. You got to be scared of that horse. You got a horse in Counter Move that has burned a lot of money, but has still run respectable races. We haven't seen in over 4 months for a trainer. George Weaver's on a good run. And to me, I like Spiteful Storm. I love the rider change. You get a more aggressive rider. I thought he actually ran pretty well on top of the pace of the slop in his debut. They rated him last time. He was able to pick up the piece for 3rd in a race that was completely dominated on the front end. They grabbed him after the start. I think with an outside post from Ricardo, you're going to see a more aggressive ride in a good stalking position. And I like Spiteful Storm in his 3rd start.
And you get a premier rider, too, with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to ignore the switch.
An additional 70,000 plus bet into this pick 6 this afternoon. As you said, it's not easy. Certainly in race 6, Sacred Goddess is going to take money, but is no lock at all. And in the nightcap, George Weaver with the one to beat.
I'm trying to beat that horse the last, but on paper, he's way the horse to beat. I just worry about the drop down, don't you? They really are giving up on that horse, a 3-year-old.
It is a quick sort of giveaway.
That kind of worries me a little bit. I think that looking at this race, there's some horses being ignored. You mentioned the 1. I would say, why is the 4 this big a price? Is he really impossible in here? Is the 8 really supposed to be 13-1?
13-1 on the 8, yeah, it's surprising to me.
And maybe a horse that runs better in a wet track, right? So I'm going to use the 4 and 8 in exactas just because I think they're sort of overlays right now a little bit. And I don't have a big problem with the 3, except I don't love horses that lose 2 straight races at odds on and lost them pretty convincingly. And you could say more distance last time was a problem, but I don't know. He got the best figure he's ever got. But he did lose to a horse, Palace Boss, who's pretty good.
Yeah. Here's our post parade. We start with Cancel on 2 Honest Mischief.
Yeah, he just seems like a lesser award would be the best he could get, if anything.
Huge price next door. Barclay Tag takes over on Arc Royal.
Yeah, a trainer switch, not a private purchase on a horse that was in a pretty weak field last time when he got 3rd.
Wow, not favored right now. It goes to the 1st or Counter Move, George Weaver.
Yeah, I wonder who will be favored. People can't resist a 1ster, but this horse, he obviously has talent, but he's had chances too.
Chris's song, I'm with you. This is a big number, Linda Rice.
And he got wired by horse Roofer that ran a big race that day on a track that was very kind to speed.
Here's the first time we're taking all that money for Todd Pletcher, good cop.
Can't really ignore the money, to be fair. And you say the workout was good in the racing form. Good enough for me, but I'm just not big on 1sters.
Blinkers on, Lasix, New Gelding, guilty.
They're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this horse who's also trying a new surface for the first time.
There's the Bond runner, Spiteful Storm.
I just think he's a very logical horse, switching Ricardo.
3-1. And 13-1, too big a price outside on Mozambique.
Yeah. I like the Dylan song. You look at this horse, he's caught a lot of wet tracks, right? He actually ran okay in his 2nd start. A Linda horse needed his 1st start. He ran okay last time, just behind Spiteful Storm. I think he's too big a price.
So 6 minutes to get that pick 6 ticket together. You can do it there on Naira Bets and go after this carryover and get a little extra ammo as well with that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Promo code MATCH200 at sign-up. right there at NowRebets.com.
Should we go through the pick six sequence a little bit? It feels like we have a little time.
I like that plan.
Okay, so, all right, you get through this leg. What are you doing in the next leg, Greg? I'm picking the 8. Channel check, but I can see the 2. I can see the 3. I mean, there's a lot of horses that can win here. I want horses that have had less chances.
I would want, for sure, the 9 and 10. I would want a lot of horses in that race. I would want deep, probably the deepest coverage of any race.
I hear you. I would live and die with 2, 3, 8, and I like the 8, but I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
Tough race to love anybody. I would try to survive the next race with 1 and 9.
I agree with that, and you could be, and we could be wrong.
We could be no question about it.
Yeah, I would feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I would have to. I mean, you're gonna have to go thin somewhere. The 7th race, I think, is very hard. I picked a horse that I want to bet a few dollars on, Accelerated News, but I don't want to have a huge position on that horse in the pick 6. I think the 4, 8, and 9 are the logical 3 in there. Does that make sense?
I like Intentious a lot. I would single Intentious.
Okay, Greg leaning heavily there. Race number 8, I like Outsource, but once again, I'm not leaning heavily on Outsource. I think Outsource can win. I think Mayor of Midnight can win. I think Porta Fortuna can win. I'm even a little scared of Masterpiece. And listen, I respect a friend of mine who likes Irwin. I don't like the horse, but out of respect for his opinion, I'd want the horse somewhere.
Again, I would want a lot of coverage, but I would, if I had to narrow down, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, I'd be 1, 6, 7 if I could use 3. But I've got.
And then the last, real quick.
The last, I would use 2, 4.
Oh, we agree.
We do.
Okay. And
gotta agree someday.
Yeah. A little interesting. There's some pedigree on the 8, but yeah, at 2, 4 is where I would lean. You got to make decisions. Let's go back to Acacia.
And talked about some logical horses back in the paddock, looking at some prices here trackside, starting off with the 4, Chris's Song. I did not expect him to be as big a price as he is. As you guys were touching on, yes, he was stuck kind of pressing and chasing Roofer, who wired the field last time out. He does come back, not having run since June, missing Saratoga and coming back in this spot. I wish he had a little bit more muscle mass to him as well. Just typically from the barn, you see Linda's horses carry really good weight and conditioning. He's very fit coming back. I just really think that maybe he might benefit from a start to strengthen altogether. But that being said, he is still lightly raced, and he's a generous price for a horse that I think has some credentials to continue taking steps forward. The number 6, Guilty, is the biggest, one of the biggest prices on the board, second biggest now. Bear with me here. I wish it was still on the turf, to be honest. I actually think that he does look like a turf horse, but what a huge difference from first to second start in this horse. He was screaming in the paddock. He was so green, so distracted. He gets blinkers on, a 3/4 cup. He is gelded, which I think will help a lot, and it has changed him physically drastically. So much more fit, so much more refined. Everything is kind of where it should be now. And also, it does get Lasix, which can help to kind of take the edge off as well. It's a lot of changes. They're throwing a lot at him, but at a huge price, one that I'm going to watch with interest because I noticed a huge difference from first to second start. We'll see. The surface switch is the one that I do have a big question about, but he will, of course, need to take a huge step forward as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go. Kick off this pick 6 with counter move. We expected to be favored this 5, taking a ton of money off that big work for Pletcher with Carmouche, and then the 7. But there's a few others that are interesting in here.
Public can't really decide between the 3, 5, and 7. Who are all taking a lot of money in this race. As far as the 3 counter move, I think he's very logical. I just don't love horses that, you lose once at odds on, okay. You lose twice at odds on, that scares me. You could say, okay, maybe a mile was too far for him, but he ran the biggest figure he's ever run. And both figures that I look at, so it's not like the mile got him. Maybe the competition was too steep. And the truth is, Palace Boss, who just lost a race here the other day, who won his next start, is probably better than these horses. So I don't think it's disgrace to lose to him. I don't love how he was drifting out a little bit in there. It's just, I don't know. These horses...
That makes me think it was potentially the distance and why he's going to be better cutting back.
Okay, but what was his excuse at 3 to 5 to get buried in the start before that?
Attorney Wade was reported to be pretty good.
Okay. I don't know. Listen, I picked him second. I do understand that the notion he's the horse to beat. I just prefer the 7, but I don't I would never play a real pick six and leave this horse out.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you're going to have to figure out where you want to go in these sequences. I think there's two different discussions, handicapping and putting together pick six winning tickets. The people that I know that have been successful in hitting pick sixes may be decent handicappers, but in my opinion, their strength lays in how they put bets together. You could talk to Steve Christ about it until you're blue in the face. Steve's an excellent handicapper, but he's also extremely good at putting tickets together. My friend Nick Tamero,
totally different
great
skill.
handicapper, but he's also exceptional at putting tickets together. You know, I could name somebody from the past that I don't know how great a handicapper he is, but he's probably one of the best bettors I've ever met in my life, and he used to do well hitting pick sixes. And it's just about surviving races, because the likelihood you're getting through 6 races without there being a pothole here and there is pretty slim. So you want to put yourself in a position where you can still hit it if you're right in 4 or 5 of the races and you're wrong in another one. You've got to have the money to play it, though. It's a great exercise in putting tickets together, but it's not easy.
Nearly $140,000 additional dollars put into this $26,000 carryover, still growing. And this first leg, it's counter move, cutting back in distance. George Weaver kicked off the card with a win, with the favorite here with John Velasquez.
And I think both the 4 and 8, and the 8's taking a little money to come down to 8 to 1. I think both of these horses have upset chances, right? So, you know, where do you put them? Are they somewhere on a C ticket? Maybe. It's hard. You know, everything comes down to how much you want to spend. And I always feel that if you're somebody who has a relatively limited bankroll, if you can go in with 2 or 3 friends, you know, 25% of a winning ticket's a lot better than 100% of a losing ticket.
Here we go. Good luck to everyone playing this afternoon. Final chances to get those tickets in on Naira Bets. And we begin with this New York bred maiden special weight, the favorite to 3, counter move. George Weaver Barn looking for his second win of the afternoon. He'll have the likely favorite in the finale as well. There's the favorite with Johnny V. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin to kick off this pick 6.
Counter move. Chris's song. Spiteful Storm. Mozambique. Spiteful Storm hesitates briefly. Still 2 out. Spiteful Storm is in. Mozambique. Start of the pick 6. All set. And they're off. Arc Royal flashes speed in between horses. Counter move is right there too. Just outside of them, Spiteful Storm is in that early mix, and in between horses now rushing up. Here goes Guilty. Guilty with a neck advantage and holding that rail position. John Velasquez on counter move is going to punch right back, and these two now hook up in a pace duel on the front end. Spiteful Storm has settled off of them as a length and a half, almost 2. Right there in third as the front 2 go at it. Chris's Song is trying to keep up here in 4th. Out wide of there's Good Cop. Good Cop is ranging up on the outside, less than 4 furlongs to travel. Mozambique is towards the back end of the field. Arc Royal, 2 Honest Mischief is the trailer. 22.24 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Guilty has a neck advantage, is trying to extend the margin, and now Guilty is starting the sprint for home. Counter move is losing some ground towards the inside. Spiteful Storm is trying to rally on. Good Cop is trying to get rolling. Mozambique, Yellow Cap is splitting rivals as the leaders start to come back to the field. Spiteful Storm is ready to pounce. Center of the racetrack. Mozambique is looking for a seam, is now shoved along as Guilty. The huge long shot is still there. Guilty is finding more. Mozambique is now within range. It is still Guilty who's run a big race with the 16th left to go, but Mozambique is trying to get by. Guilty won't go away. It's going to be Mozambique to get up to win it at 8 to 1. Mozambique over Guilty, then 2 Honest Mischief, and Spiteful Storm in 1 minute 17.41 seconds.
Mozambique, we thought that price was inflated. It started to come back to reality late a little bit. Goes off right at the morning line of 8 to 1, and that will start off your pick 6.
Got a very good trip to get it done. A good ride by Christopher Elliott, who's got a win each of the last 2 days at prices, and just getting up over a hard horse to like and Guilty, who clearly kind of a put-over type horse, and they almost got the money, and man, that would have blown this pick 6 up right away, but even this horse does. My horse was awful, Delightful Storm. I mean, he could not have gotten a better trip. He looked like a cinch every step of the way, and he got out-finished for third. 8-1, 25-1, and 12-1, as the firster didn't break very well and did no running. The 3 got involved in the pace early, but he had absolutely nothing whatsoever. He dueled with Guilty, who easily beat him. A lot of disappointments in this race, but not Mozambique, who gets it done for Rudy. And he's a horse that clearly likes a fast track. Man, my 7.
8-6-1-7. Mozambique at 8-1 to start off this pick 6 carryover. If he got knocked out, the good news is the late pick 5 is next.
Yeah. No, this is, when you've got 2 5-2s and a 2-1 in a difficult sequence, horse like this blows it up. Not as much as the 6 would have, but this horse is every bit of 8-1 in the pick 6 and probably higher.
Mozambique, Rudy Rodriguez, what a hot start he's having to this Belmont at the Big A meets. Christopher Elliott, and again, an 8-1 start to the pick 6 carryover on this Friday card. We'll be back with prices right after this big weekend in Ben Salem. Coming up on Saturday, Grade 1 Cotillion, Scottish Lassie. Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks winner. She was sensational. First start back since Good Cheer. Kentucky Oaks winner. Can she get back in the win column? And Lacara coming off that defeat in the Alabama. What a showdown we have for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. We are underway in the pick 6. Prices coming up from the first leg in a moment. Our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Carryover begins with this man right here, Christopher Elliott for Rudy Rodriguez, who's having a hot start to the meet in Mozambique from off the pace to get the win at 8-1, 8-6, 1-7 finish as it's a price to start things off in the first leg of the pick six after it had been a pretty formful beginning through the first three on the card. To kick off this Friday action, $19.64 for the victory. Guilty to honest mischief. Complete the trifecta. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez, Mozambique getting the victory to kick off that pick six. And Rudy, it seems like this is a horse that just really does so much better on a fast track.
When we claimed him in Saratoga, I thought this horse, if he Aquado, he got some good race in Aquado, and so far we point him even in Saratoga, he run a good race. He just got beat for Thor, but today he was just keep grinding up, and we're just very happy to have him right now.
As you said, it seems like a horse that running well here, running in these dirt races, is a New York bred. You have some options, especially kind of going into these months, getting out of Saratoga.
Trying to get fresh horses in the barn, Saratoga me was rough, but we got to keep playing, and this is horse racing, and it's up and downs, and you got to be able to take the downs because it's a lot of more downs than up. So, but the owners, they're happy right now, so that's the main thing, and we got to keep it happy.
Amen to that. Such a cycle, isn't it? And a horse that seemed like, yes, got a little bit of pace to run at there, but like you said, grinding. Christopher Elliott did a really good job keeping him to task.
Yeah, Chris rode it the last time, and he said he just kind of want to get it on pace. I said, just ride your race the way you want to ride him and take it from there, But if you break and tap, don't take him away from him. But, he let it relax, and he come up, and the last time he said he was a little intimidating the inside, but I think maybe close the blinkers a little bit and hop him a little bit, so that was good.
Some great insight, and all worked out today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Rudy Rodriguez with the win, heading out off to get ready for the next one, Greg.
Well done, Rudy Rodriguez. He is having a big start. We're only 1 week and a day and a half into this meet, and he's heating up.
He is. This horse got a very nice ride by Christopher. I think quietly is riding well here. It's going to be hard, even with an agent like Jose Santos, who does such a fabulous job to get the kind of mounts that are going to lead him to a lot of victories. But I think he's riding well. Whether or not he ultimately can compete at this level remains to be seen, but he's good.
Late pick five. We start with the marathon on the turf. Mile and 3/8 on the lawn. Maiden special weight and 7-2 favorite. American debutante for Brendan Walsh making start number 3, going beyond a mile and a 16th for the first time.
Well, I mean, isn't that the question here? Because you've got a lot of horses with experience, but you don't have a lot of form going longer. And as we know, that can be, going longer is really the question here. Who wants the distance? I'm going to give one more chance to Bill Morey to get a win off the claim on the turf with the 8 channel check, but I am not somebody who can tell you I have a strong opinion in this race.
Hard one to have a strong opinion, with so much unknown at the distance. Looking ahead to Saturday, big one in the 3-year-old filly division. Grade 1 Cotillion at Parks, mile and a 16th, $1 million purse. And some very big names have shown up, including one who we didn't see go to the Alabama, despite that brilliant performance in the Coaching Club American Oaks. It's been the first start back since for Scottish Lassie. She wowed everyone with this performance.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a horse that ran a 90 buyer in the Verzette last year and sort of pointed out that she could be the best 2-year-old last year. Now, she didn't run particularly well in the Breeders' Cup. She made a bit of a middle move and flattened out. Took her a while to get back to races and a little while to get her act together. Obviously, these big margin of victories are also somewhat a combination of her very good performance with a 99 buyer, but others not really showing up, and she should have been favored, not immersive in there. I think she's, based on this race, the best 3-year-old filly we've seen. And with a win here, she'd have 2 grade 1s and put herself in contention for being the Eclipse Award champion. But Lacara has the 2 grade 1s. Good Cheer has the Kentucky Oaks. I think Scottish Lassie's the one beat. I think it's funny she's the 9-5 favorite in the morning line here, which I think is fair. She should be favored. Yet in the prior race, the Gallant Bob, where Barnes is going to be 3-5, he's somehow 2-1 in the morning line. And I think that he'll be a shorter price than Scottish Lassie, who was the horse to beat.
What about how she's going to do it?
Well, Lacara's going to go. Whether or not a horse like Clicquot or Dry Powder wants to really try her, or even a horse like Indy Bay, we'll see. Obviously, Lacara is dangerous when she gets to the front end. I don't really love her chances. I think Scottish Lassie's got to be very close to her in here. Like I said, I think if she runs her race, she's going to win this race, but we'll see.
Huge effort last. Well, she did it on the front end pretty easily last time out. She's probably going to have a hard time getting to the front end.
Yeah, We'll see. I mean, she did win the Frizette rating behind horses, so I don't know if she needs to lead. I think Joelle's supposed to leave, and if Lacara wants to be aggressive, let her go and then sit behind her.
Meanwhile, what a start for Good Cheer. 7 for 7, won the Kentucky Oaks, but now back-to-back defeats. Did run second, though, in the Alabama behind Nitrogen. For more on what to expect from her, let's go to Acacia.
Well, I think it's interesting as to how this race might shape up for Good Cheer, because last time out where she finished second to Nitrogen, she was running on late, and I caught up with her trainer Brad Cox after the race, and he said he just really felt that she was a victim of the pace. And he said for horses like her, you have a 20-horse field in a race like the Kentucky Oaks, she's able to get some pace to run at, and she's able to come with that late closing kick late. Now, she tasted her first defeat in the Acorn, where Louis Sias, who's been aboard her for almost all of her starts, said that she was just way too quiet. She was not acting herself. And then last time out, where she did actually go off the favorite in that Grade 1 Alabama, felt that the dynamics didn't necessarily set up for her. I will be curious to see if there is more pace. It is a bigger field altogether in this cotillion going forward. And furthermore, she is cutting back from the 1.25 miles. I know that she won the Kentucky Oaks at the 1 1/8, and I really feel that 1.25 miles last time might have been stretching her a touch. I like the cutback for her, but she does need to prove that in the second half of the 3-year-old season, not everybody has caught up to her necessarily, and that she can still do it on those big stages, Greg.
Look, this time of year, things, they can change, specifically with 3-year-old fillies. Who's grown up, who's gotten more mature, who's moved on with it. We'll see if someone has taken a leap on Saturday.
And that's the thing about Good Cheer. She's never improved. She's always been a good horse, but her speed figures suggest a horse that's just sort of stagnated. And that's not a great sign, because these other horses are improving and they're getting better. Obviously, Good Cheer can win, and I think less distance is better for her. The 1.25 miles, she just didn't finish last time. I guess she could win, but she's not going to win if somebody else steps up and runs a bigger figure. I also want to give a little shout out to Acacia, who had some good things to say about the runner-up in the last race, by the way, in the paddock. Give her a little love for that.
Looking forward to this cotillion, and let's get back to Lacara in here, who is a 2-time Grade 1 winner. Alabama probably doesn't want 1.25 miles.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That was going too far for her. I have mixed feelings about her. I don't want to take away the fact that she's a dual Grade 1 winner this year, and she's a very nice filly. But the reality is she caught a track that was extremely kind of speed in this Acorn. She was able to get away in the Ash from the lead when other two speeds didn't get out of the gate. I think she's been opportunistic. Then again, opportunistic speed horses win a lot of races around here, especially where riders don't want to be that aggressive. But I think unless she's able to control at a slow pace, I don't believe she's going to beat Scottish Lassie if that one runs her race.
It's going up on our Saturday coverage, 5:15 Eastern, $1 million Grade 1 cotillion. And, you know, all those, everyone talking about, oh, Torpedo Anna, toughest test she's going to face. She's still the outright and unquestioned leader of this distaff division, so whoever moves on to Del Mar, she's the one you got to beat.
Right. I mean, the only one of the 3-year-olds that's shown that she can run a fast enough race to beat Torpedo Anna is Scottish Lassie. And I guess the only older horse is Darth Vader, who almost beat her last time. I think Torpedo Anna ran better than she did, but I think both those horses are legitimate threats. And hopefully we're looking at a Breeders' Cup distaff that's coming up a little deeper than last year.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Race 5 starts off the late pick 5, about 12 minutes to post. When we return, American Debutante. Price is coming down for this Brendan Walsh filly, 5-2 right now. Post parade next.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em Dano in a thriller. Book 'em Dano wears him down. Book 'em Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, located in the most racing-rich region of the country. This sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Friday coverage. Pick 6 underway with an 8-1 upset. Here comes the late pick 5. And once you're signed up with Naira Bets, take advantage of this $5,000 hit and split. Hit the late pick 5 coming up here, Belmont of the Big A. And you'll split a pool or a pot of $5,000. Got to opt in.
Well, it didn't get much easier. This is, you know, American Debutante, who's 5-2 right now, is an overwhelming favorite in multi-race bets. This is a horse that is not exactly screaming distance in her pedigree, but Brendan Walsh is a sharp guy, and if he's trying it, she could handle it.
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And starting there with American Debutante, I agree. The pedigree, not necessarily overwhelming to say longer will be better. By Star Spangled Banner, who he himself was a sprinter, but his progeny have been effective from sprints all the way out to the marathon distances, so they certainly can get it. This one is the half sister to Zofel, graded stakes winner and grade 1 placed, who Brendan Walsh trained, and she was more of a turf miler. This one doesn't really look as much like her sister, though. She is tall and lanky. There is not much of her, not much substance at all. I wasn't in the paddock for her last race, so my first time laying eyes on her, but she looks like a horse that should be able to go longer, given just how much leg she has. Overall, I wish that she had more muscle mass and more conditioning, but I gather that that's just kind of how she is. She has not been agitated over the top here in the paddock. I noticed watching her replays that she does wear that shadow roll, the piece of fleece over the noseband, ideally to keep a horse's head down as they'll look over it. Brendan Walsh runs pretty much everything in a figure 8, so this is kind of a rare piece of equipment for him to use, but it does seem to help her, as she did get pretty keen into the first turn last time, so it might be to kind of keep her a bit more settled, but she has that even running style that I thought should handle going longer. Now the two Equitas, I kind of landed between these two in this race because they're more lightly raced. They don't have as many excuses or as many tries as some of the others in here do. Equitas was so far back first time out, though, as she was off slowly, last by several lengths, and did make a little bit of a minor rally. So another one that's a little bit tricky to see if necessarily more distance will help her. She's the exact opposite in the physical. She is a strong, heavier body type of horse, really powerful shoulder on her as well, good in her hind end, not the most leg, but a lot of substance and length to her frame. I thought she too kind of had that even running style that should suggest that she will be able to handle going longer. And again, she is just making her second start. The number 8 Channel Check is first off the claim for Bill Morey, and Andy has talked about those stats, and she's one of those horses that I just feel like has been a disappointment altogether. She was originally purchased over $500,000 as a yearling at Tattersall's, and the dam, the sister to Legatissimo, was the champion 3-year-old filly in Europe, as well as stakes winner Sifting Sands, who we saw run over here. She looks nothing like those two. She never really kind of filled out into her frame. She's a lightly built type of horse. For me, I understand the connections and the appeal of that and doing something new, but I do think that she would need to take a big step forward going longer, Greg.
Post parade coming up. What do you think? Night moves, like a rock. What's your favorite?
Yeah, good call.
Against the wind.
He's kind of, he's kind of underrated. What do you think? I'll say one thing. Kerry Briand knows how to win long-distance races.
Yes.
Not sure about Seeger's song. So.
Equitas second for Pletcher, the 2.
No running first time, but ran well enough to be competitive here.
Brendan Walsh, American Debutante favorite, went by, and here's the 6.
Well, she's run effectively going longer, and that's a feather in her cap.
Michael Trombetta, Abundant Love.
She's also run well going longer in her races, but these horses have had a lot of chances, too.
Bill Morey now off the claim with Channel Check.
I hope Dylan sends her the lead.
Claimed off of Chad Brown. Sayuni Flash ran a sneaky good race at a mile off a layoff.
I thought she had a pretty good trip, mostly saving ground there, but who knows? Maybe she'll improve stretching out.
Pemaquid, Shug McGahee, big work coming in.
She's such a plotter, though. That just worries me. She has no speed.
And a little tough to make My Gorgeous 0 for 15 in the money.
I'm going out on a limb. Double carryover if this horse wins, Greg. What do you think? It's going to really... That's my position
here. It's a big
here.
one.
That's, yeah.
Really put yourself out there.
Really, yeah. I feel I'm taking a real risk there.
Tough race to try and narrow things down here. I would think but look, public loves this one right here. 5-2, American debutante.
And likely to go lower. I mean, this horse is an overwhelming favorite in the double and the pick 3. Overwhelming. I get it. I will say one thing, though. What about her last race suggests she's going to get better with more distance? She got an honest pace to close at. She got there towards the top of the stretch, and she didn't finish. Now, obviously, Brendan Walsh, who's sharp, thinks he saw something that suggests she wants to go longer, despite her pedigree being a little questionable, though it is at Galileo Dam. But it's not like she was finishing in this race, Greg. Good trip, got there, didn't finish, right? Number 4, yeah, sitting third right now. I have some question marks whether or not she rates to get better with more distance. Now, could she win just running the same race? Maybe, but I don't know. Distance is a great equalizer. Listen, I'm not against her, but at a short price, I'm happy to go with Channel Check. The guy's done so well with the claim. The horse did improve without winning in the second start, and I think this is a situation where stretching out, you just put her in front and hope for the best. That's the 8, Channel Check.
Bill Morey, very dangerous first off claim, and Dylan Davis rides.
Yeah. But I mean, who are you most comfortable the distance? Innispree's run very well the distance. Obviously, something went wrong 2 back. Came back and ran respectably last time. Beyond Ready for Candy was a heavy favorite. Got a very good trip in the June 19th race, but I think that race was good enough to say she can win here. And she is a big price at 6-1.
I'm with you. I think the 6th major player,
I mean, I think
having shown the ability at a mile and 3/8.
Right. Don't you have to have at least one horse that's done okay at the distance?
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and talking about two that have run well at the distance before, starting off with the 7, Abundant Love, I think that she should appreciate stretching back out. Again, she's run some of her best races going longer. She's a filly that is just so switched off prior to her races. She's so laid back in her demeanor, and she is by Kitten's Joy, so certainly a positive influence as far as that's concerned to get the longer distances. Also, if you watched that race last time, John Velasquez made a decisive move to go up and press the pace. I don't necessarily think that that's exactly how she wants to run. She is one that takes a little bit of time to get into her stride, and horses like that benefit from going longer. Now the 6, Inespere, to Andy's point quickly, just to clarify about what's happened 2 back, she got really headstrong and very rank and hard to handle. She's done that in almost all of her starts, but last time was able to settle faster than she ever has, and that's because they changed the bit, putting a cage bit on her last time. Sometimes horses with a lighter mouth can kind of resent stronger equipment. She's actually taken to it, and it gives the rider an easier way to get her to settle. So I think the equipment change more than anything shows how she was able to relax a little bit more going longer, which is key because she is one that can be very difficult early on in the race, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 9-1, Abundant Love. Runner-up 2 back at this distance was 5th behind in that Inespere race, who was 3rd that day with some trouble. So another one who's shown some ability going longer.
She has had her share of chances. That's the problem with Abundant Love is she's had her share of chances. She's obviously a horse who can be reasonably effective at the distance, so you have to consider her dangerous, and she's 9-1 if you like her. So I'm not talking anybody off her. She's run well at the distance. And, maybe at the end of this race, we're going to say, well, what were we trying to be clever with a lot of horses? And horses like the 6 and 7, they were the ones that shown they can run at least effectively at the distance. And I think that matters a great deal because there's a real question mark, particularly with American Debutante, as to whether or not she's going to get better with more distance.
This is Did you expect to see this much money on Equitas, too, for Pletcher, which is that one start?
I picked her third. You know, she ran a 72 buyer. Turf figures can be confusing because if you run in a fast race and you don't do any running, you're going to get a good figure. If an allowance horse that spends his or her career running effectively, and looking at buyers running 85 to 86 buyers, gets over their head in a stake race, they're probably going to run 10 points higher while running 7th or 8th because of the nature of turf racing is the fields bunch because they sort of plod along the beginning part, and they only run hard for a quarter mile, so it's very hard to lose by big distances. If I were to make speed figures, I would completely revamp the way you make turf figures, and I would exponentially increase the number of points for every beaten length, where just to say, you know, with buyers playing it straight, I don't think you can play it straight where every length is 2 points, for instance. I think it's 2 for the first length, 3 for the second, and you're getting to 4 and 5 when you start getting above five lengths, because a dirt horse can lose by 20 lengths, and the same situation a turf horse will lose by 6 and have run just as badly as the horse that lost by 20, because dirt racing, they're going fast the whole way around the track. It's a very, very tricky thing. So Equitas, who did absolutely no running whatsoever while saving ground virtually the whole way in a day you wanted to be on the rail, gets a 72 buyer. I'm not convinced that she's really a 72 buyer horse in a competitive race. Having said that, she raced once. She stretches out for a good barn, and I'm not going to be surprised when she runs better today.
Yeah.
But the figures themselves can be deceptive, I believe.
Races like this, race like we have coming up, Joseph A. Jimma, you almost don't want to pay attention to the figures.
Yeah, you have to be careful with figures. Listen, I have real reservations about turf figures, and that goes for everyone that makes them. I think they're extremely problematic to race. I'm not blaming the figure makers. I just think that dirt racing is more conducive to accurate figure making than turf racing, because dirt racing, you get a mile race, they're running for a mile. You get a mile race on turf, a mile and an eighth, a mile and a quarter. They're basically running for 5/16 to a quarter of a mile. They're plodding around and they just run in the stretch. And that's a difficult thing to gauge in the same way you gauge dirt racing, in my opinion.
9-5 favorite now. American debutante to 3. Brennan Walsh, Kendra Carmouche loading in, as you see on the screen as we get set to start this late pick 5. Good luck. Here we go. Chris Griffin, the call.
Inespere. Siuni Flash. Pemaquid. Pemaquid, Eric Hensel. They move forward. My Gorgeous, last to load. My Gorgeous, Omar Hernandez Moreno. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Speed from Seeger Songs. Got the rail position, but in between horses, here comes Inespere with the early kick. And from the far outside, the big long shot in My Gorgeous. So My Gorgeous will set the pace, and My Gorgeous is sprinting away early. My Gorgeous running off a little bit here at 99-1 is up by 4. Inespere is a little keen, sees that leader, now sprinting away, is trying to slow things down. Ricardo Santana Jr. is in that second group. My Gorgeous is the leader, up by 3. Now they start to settle as right there in second comes Inespere, who starts to move in closer. Very patiently ridden. It's Abundant Love under a tight hold here for Camacho is towards the outside of Seeger Songs, is at the rail, still there in 4th. Early move from Siuni Flash. Has some forward momentum as the long shot has really slowed things down. Was sprinting early, but is more comfortable, slows down the pace up front. My Gorgeous is the leader, up by 2. Down towards the inside there is Inespere as a shared 2nd and 3rd with Abundant Love. Just in behind them, Siuni Flash and Javier Castellano found a good spot. Is now in 4th with Seeger Songs, who's lost some ground, cornered a little wide. Towards the outside there comes Pemaquid, is in between horses, and then on the far outside, also moving forward there comes Channel Check. Second to last, American debutante with the trailer, Equitas. My Gorgeous is still there. My Gorgeous is the leader. Abundant Love starts to move in closer towards the outside for Camacho, and at the rail, that's Inespere and Santana Jr. Siuni Flash made that early move, is right there, is up with the pace now, is in behind horses, is now about to challenge for 3rd. Just behind them comes Pemaquid and Eric Hansel, red cap, patiently ridden to the outside of Seeger Songs, who starts to pick up some momentum. American debutante Kendra Carmouche at the rail, right in behind those leaders. And then out wider, here comes Channel Check. Equitas, still the trailer as they start to pick up the sprint for home. My Gorgeous has been there throughout. Abundant Love is ready to pounce and challenge. Abundant Love cruises to the front. Abundant Love, Siuni Flash, 3 wide is coming after the leader. My Gorgeous is trying to hang in there. The new leader, Abundant Love, starts the sprint for home. Siuni Flash, and now Siuni Flash is trying to run this leader down. Abundant Love got the jump. Abundant Love here, flying from the back is American Debutante, is at the rail, but running out of time. Siuni Flash challenges to the outside. Abundant Love down to these two. 2 noses down on the line. It's a photo. Give it to the outside. Siuni Flash over a very game Abundant Love. American Debutante, then in a spray. 2 minutes, 21 seconds flat.
Siuni Flash, Ken McPeak, Javier Castellano just getting by Abundant Love for the win.
Jimmy Jerkin's clearly doing a good job with the horses from this barn that are stabled in New York. They've really been running, and got to give a lot of credit to Jimmy for this. Tough beat if you bet Abundant Love, who seemed like she had the race sewn up and just couldn't quite finish the deal. 3 came running at the end. Tough to overcome that pace. There are a lot of riders in this race that need to ask themselves a serious question, what they were doing early in here as they were absolutely crawling. How, for instance, the 8 was back in last early defies belief, given the horse was probably the speed of the race. But there were some questionable rides behind a ridiculously slow pace.
53-2 for the half, 120-2 for the 3/4.
It's embarrassing.
Crawl.
To be honest, it's embarrassing. And, you know, I think a lot of people need to ask themselves what they're doing if they're not looking to be forward in these races. I don't know what the 8 was doing where she was. I'm not saying she was going to win the race, but given the trip she had and the ride she got, she had 0 chance to win this race. She was a 50-1 shot.
9-1 over 10-1, 8-5 favorite. Checks in third, 9-7, 3-6. Siuni Flash with a victory. Javier Castellano aboard for the win. And we'll have the prices for you when we come back. Another upset. 2 legs through this pick 6 carryover. We'll be back after this.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I actually went over that bridge into the city with you once.
Which is that, 59th or Manhattan they're coming on?
I think that's the 59th, right?
I tell you what, there is really, you and I drove into the city.
You don't remember? Wow.
No, I don't.
Meant a lot to me.
They obviously did. I feel bad. It's, by the way, there's on a beautiful day, or even a night, coming in at night, there's no better way to drive into the city than the 59th Street Bridge, right? It's just an incredible view of the city. And, of course, I rode a lot when Harvey Pack and I used to commute together, and this won't surprise anyone, including my friend Mitch Levitas. You know, the Manhattan Bridge doesn't have a toll. I mean, that's the 59th Street Bridge doesn't. When did we go over the bridge together?
It was several years ago. Siuni Flash. I think I was giving you a ride back into the city. Siuni Flash.
Why were you driving in the city?
At 9-1. $20.16 to start off the late pick 5.
Got it done. Improved a lot. Stretching out here. Tough beat if you had abundant love. And we were just talking about the pick 6. You got an 8-1 and a 9-1. And I was saying to you that, like, okay, neither one of these horses is impossible, but to get them on the same ticket, I mean, you probably were somewhere in the range of 5x6 to do that. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think there's more than one misstep away in this pick 6 from looking at double carryover. Is that fair?
There's probably some decently sized tickets today, though.
I agree. I didn't look at the total pool, but I'm guessing it was somewhere around 150,000. So when you look at that, you know, it goes down to 15,000, then 1,500 with 2 10-to-1s. So there's still probably 12 to 1,500 tickets live.
Yeah.
You got to get another 12-to-1 shot to really winnow it out.
Yeah.
And a lot will come down to that favorite, I think, in the last race today as well.
Up next, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and it's a good one. The Joseph A. Jimma, New York bred, 2-year-old filly, sprinting 6 furlongs on the outer turf. And Arenada opens up at 8-5 off that impressive debut win for Linda Rice on closing day Saratoga, where she was sent off the favorite Second Dam, the great La Verdad, who was good on dirt, not on turf. She never ran on turf.
She opens
but this
up
one looked very good on grass.
She really did. I mean, that win, and probably show it again, that win was, I think, well in hand.
Yeah.
It's like Jose asked her briefly, she ran, and he kind of eased up on her.
Sacred Goddess, you will not be getting 4-1.
No.
Dropping out of the open company, Bolton Landing, which Snowface Princess for Pletcher won.
But it's 6-5. Looking at doubles, it's very close in the double between the 1 and 9. Snowface Princess sold for a lot of money after that race. I think digitally, $875,000.
Really?
Yes. And then she ran at Kentucky Downs, and the claw gets everybody.
Wow. Meanwhile, we're going to look ahead to boys version coming up tomorrow. Bertram F. Bongard, 6 furlongs on the grass for the boys. Race 3, tomorrow's card, 2:08 Eastern start time. And Funny Factor, 21 red. They were 1-2 August 31st at Saratoga. And Funny Factor was a convincing winner for Jimmy Ryerson.
Yeah, I think that I think I'm losing my. Oh, and I'm sorry. We're talking about tomorrow's race. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little confused here. Yeah, I thought the horse ran fine. I think 21 Red has more room to improve off of this race in finishing second, but I think they're both players in here. They probably both have to beat Spirit of New York, right?
Yeah, we're going to talk about next, but we'll see if this one, can maybe take a jump forward. Probably going to need to. Alluding to the one you just mentioned, but that was impressive from Funny Factor. 73 buyer in the win. Christopher Elliott is going to get the opportunity to be aboard.
He's got a stake win on the turf already up in Saratoga, right?
But as you talked about, the one to beat, there's no question. Adam Rice, Spirit of New York, impressive in the debut, and then tried the Skidmore against Bobrovsky for Dale Romans, who made that switch from dirt to turf and looked very good on the grass.
He did, but Spirit of New York did not look good. I don't think ever really ran, and while his debut was impressive, the one thing that concerns me about him is that Adam Rice is very, very sharp. And he's very good at shifting to Saratoga with a horse, running well, and then selling them. He did it with Oxymore a couple of years ago, and that horse never really went anywhere. And he did it with this horse, who disappointed in a subsequent start. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe this is a horse that just ran her best race first, his best race first time out, and we're not really going to see it again. Listen, he's the horse to beat in a lot of ways, but I kind of wonder if this was just a very shrewd move by a very shrewd man in big performance, selling it, and moving on. You know, I was thinking how last week that horse for Mel Giddings that had run very well. She finished third, Ticket to Ride, who probably should have beaten both Sacred Goddess and Trading Trouble in her debut. They sold her, and she's just not very good anymore.
Meanwhile, Black Volts switched to turf at Colonial.
Yeah, I mean,
they ran a 73 buyer and a win.
Got a very delicious trip to get it done down there, coming up the inside. But I thought ran pretty well to do it and got a big figure. So I'm not completely convinced that horse can't be a player in here. We'll see. I mean, it feels like, if anything, horses often will run faster figures when they come here from Colonial Downs.
Yeah.
So if this horse improves on the 73, he could be very dangerous, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like that Skidmore, those two in front of Spur New York were pretty good. But you're right. All those points, you should take them and consider.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I agree. I think Bob Vrosky, who I've underestimated in 2 straight races,
and Monster.
You don't. If you're, I think if you're me, you don't want me to ever pick Bob Vrosky. If you're Dale Romans, because I'm always wrong about him. So if I pick him, he'll probably lose like American Pharaoh. But I agree. But he did step back a little bit, and it just worries me a little bit because Adam Rice is sharp. He's a
all
Rice,
these horses
and they're all
can
sharp.
improve so. I mean, look, George Weaver, 21 red, stepping up, start number 2. Horse was favored first out.
You just don't know who's going to run back to the race or improve on it. A lot of horses take a step back. It's a real guessing game.
2:08 Eastern start time for that Bertram F. Bongard. Meanwhile, late pick 4 is coming up next. Joseph A. Jimma and Arenado remains the favorite here for Linda Rice with Kendrick Carmouche. We'll be back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
$1,650,000 not anybody else won. $650,000 not a minute. $1,650,000 not a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Folsom from last to first in the mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Under the Twin Spires, where history is written year after year, the Derby crowns its champions. From this place, generations of greatness are measured. And the story of the Derby's greatest sires is traced through time and bloodlines. Here's to the first to shape the Derby, stallions whose sons claimed the roses, not once or twice, but 3 times.
Crushes Blue Weaving hunts a record 2 minutes 36.5 seconds to win the Derby. Sir Juan powers all to the stretch to win the Derby by 2 lengths.
Each generation added to the story. The 20th century brought new legends, their names etched in film.
And here comes the finish now. Yellow Fox, an easy winner.
Today it's Galahadians in a startling upset. And Hook Jr. wraps home all by himself.
Not a single unbroken line, but dynasties that ran side by side.
Citations going on to win by 3.5 lengths.
Hillgale joining the ranks of Kentucky Derby Immortals. Iron Lead goes on to win by a lone.
The past still speaks, if you know how to hear it. From Northern Dancers line, a new force arose. 3 colts, 3 summits, 1 sire. And now, he walks the same path.
Authentic and John Velasquez have the lead as they come down to the 16th ball. Chance the Law still trying to get him. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
The thread is clear. Sires that leave the biggest mark on this race are a rare breed.
Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second for the inside, but it will be Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
The race lasts 2 minutes, but a sire's influence echoes for generations, each forging its own place in history. Only 5 stallions have done it. This is a Derby legacy, both real and supreme. This is the sire of a generation. This is Into Mischief.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Race 6, Joseph A. Jimma. And that one remains the 6-5 favorite, Arenata. Impressive debut winner. Not just how professionally she did it, how easily she did it in that debut.
I agree, and she probably will end up being favored over the 9 Sacred Goddess, and a bit of a surprise, but she won easily. I agree.
Let's go to Acacia.
And starting with Arenata, when you look at her pedigree, it certainly does not scream turf, as she's by practical joke out of a Curlin mare, and the second dam is La Verdad. So a lovely pedigree, just not one that you would look at and think turf sprint. However, I wrote down in my notes, first time out, looks like a turf horse. And talking after the race with Linda Rice, she said as she was training this filly, and despite the pedigree, said, I really think that she'll like the turf, and she was spot on. Now, I had thought first time out that maybe take a little bit of the wait and see, because she looked physically like she might just need a race to bring it together, and her fitness and overall, that was not the case. She was incredibly impressive first time out. She hasn't really changed from first to second start. She still carries a lot of substance to her, but we were dazzled first time out by what we saw from her handling the turf and kind of flipping the script on what her pedigree would suggest she wants to do. I absolutely think that she could do it again coming back in here, as she is a sprinter through and through in the way that she's put together. Now, the number 9 Sacred Goddess did win first time out and then face Open Company in the Bolton Landing last time. She did hop at the start a little bit early on and was last early, closing up the inside. She's one that I think will actually, by contrast, appreciate more distance. She gets an extra half furlong today out to the 6 furlongs, which I think that she'll like. She is by Cantharos. She's a little bit of a leggier type of Cantharos that I have seen sometimes. Pretty sharp now that they've gotten the tack on her, but I really did think that she was one who, hopefully if she breaks better like she did first time, should be a bit more forwardly placed, and getting back in amongst New York bred should suit her well. She looks tremendous coming in for Jeremiah Engelhart, who, as is often the case, was very strong this summer with his 2-year-olds. Looking at one of the 2 for Mark Casse, the 7 Vernon Valley was the one that I was a bit intrigued by, because she switched to the turf last time after a couple of turf works up on the Oklahoma training track, and I still am optimistic about her being a bit more of a turf horse. Size-wise, she definitely looks like one that wants to go longer, not sprint. However, she has much more of a demeanor that would suggest shorter. She's sharp, she's energetic. That's often how she's been while she's tall and leggy, especially for a daughter of Vacoma, whose progeny are often a little bit more stouter and compact. That sharpness, I think, should bode well with the cutting back. Also, she gets the blinkers on. She got very keen last time out, blinkers off, excuse me, and that should help her to settle a bit more. She's been a bit green, both on the dirt and on the turf in the running of her races. I wanted to give her one more try for the first time sprinting on the grass, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Interesting race coming up. And yeah, Vernon Valley had been working strong on the turf leading up to that race, and maybe just wants to sprint on the grass and maybe not go long.
Maybe. It's always a possibility. I didn't think she ran at all in there, but I guess that certainly could be possible. The horse an overlay on the board right now is Trading Trouble, who arguably ran every bit as well as Sacred Goddess in her debut. The concern with her is she ran 12 days ago at the Claw, Kentucky Downs. And, you know, is she going to come back and run as well just 12 days later, shipping in New York? But based on her PPs, she's not really supposed to be anywhere close to 11-1.
Does not make sense. As good as she ran, yeah, barely missed against Sacred Goddess. She actually hit the gate and had severe trouble in the start of that race as well.
Yeah, no,
severe trouble.
Yep.
And then she comes back and wins impressively.
Yep.
Here's the one, Arenata, 7-5 favorite for Linda Rice, wins first out.
She won impressively first time, but you're not getting any price on her.
Next store, long shot, Amelia Green, not your problem.
It might not be your problem, but it's somebody's.
Bit of a stretch. I was third in a stake at Monmouth. Here's Trading Trouble. So, yeah, barely missed a Sacred Goddess, then breaks her maiden.
There are reasons to be concerned about the horse coming back on short rest, but the PPs say that 11-1's an overlay.
One of two for Mark Casse, Charlotte's Universe.
She couldn't hold off Trading Trouble last time, and now it feels like there's a little more speed with Grazi in the race.
Sweet Montreal won the debut at 42-1.
Well, you missed the wedding with her, and that was a slow race.
Vernon Valley. Here's the other Casse runner. Blinkers come off and cuts back.
Okay, I understand the notion that maybe the horse didn't want to go that far. 5-1. I would have to get a better price personally.
Grazie. Todd Pletcher can't sell first on grass.
Just don't have a lot of turf pedigree, and this horse going to have to improve to win here and deal with some other speeds. Big price if you like her. You can bet her. I'm just not one of them.
And 5-2, Sacred Goddess coming out of the open company, Bolton Landing.
Listen, she ran against better horses last time. She's run fine in both her starts. She's a very logical horse. And I think at 5-2, she's a very fair price.
Pick 4 starts here. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. You can play it all right there at Naira Bets. Get that offer again. $200 deposit match for new customers with that code, MATCH200 at sign up. And you're ready to rock at NairaBets.com. Little surprising, isn't it, to see all this money on Arenata?
I am surprised. I'm not sure I would even pick her at that price, to be honest with you. If you could make your picks when the price come up, I'd probably pick the 3 on top of I pick third because I think she's too big a price. But I will say, as we watch the replay, she won pretty easily.
Well, we'll show it to you right now. She was bet to favoritism, 3-1 favorite. Closing day, Saratoga. And there she is sitting mid-pack, and she is just going to win convincingly when she finds room.
I mean, this was about as easy a win as you could get. Now, listen, just because they run like that first time doesn't mean they duplicate it. But you see Jose kind of asked her, and he got her rolling, and she just rolled on by a little bit of encouragement. But for the most part, this filly wins very, very easily. I was interested in the horse who's closing for third. I thought she was trying to get her act together. Jimmy Ryerson is not going to play with her today. She scratched the number 6, but I think this horse is probably better than her last race looks. But she's no bargain at 3-2.
And from this barn, you expect to see improvement the more they run?
I don't know. It's a great question. I mean, usually, the thing about Linda is she rarely wins first time.
Yeah.
So when they run well first time, you expect that they're probably better than average. We'll see. The problem is that 2-year-old fillies, historically, they often don't run back to big debuts, even from the very best barn. So I don't trust a horse like that. I picked her. I just didn't think she'd be favored.
Not just favored, 3-2 favorite. Facing winners for the very first time. With more on this Joseph A. Jimma field, let's go back to Acacia.
And Arenata had an aggressive warm-up out there on the track. But taking a look at the number 3, Trading Trouble, my first time covering one of her races, but she does come back pretty quickly out of that effort over at Kentucky Downs, as Sandy was touching on. And the reason that I bring that up is that, yes, it's a quick turnaround anyway. It's also a ship from Kentucky and back to New York. And it's also that turf course where you're running uphill and downhill and sometimes can be a little bit more taxing physically. She's a lighter framed type of filly. If she was one of those big burly type of individuals, I would be a little bit more optimistic about it. But she isn't one that carries a ton of conditioning. Now, she was bright, she was happy, she warmed up nicely away from there. I do just think it is a fair question off of the relatively quick turnaround and return to the races after trying a tough field and, as I said, shipping out of town as well. Now, the number 8, Grazie, getting onto the turf for the first time. Yes, there isn't much turf pedigree at all. Drexel Hill did win on synthetic once, and Modernist is yet to have a winner on the turf, but Uncle Mo and Uncle Mo's sons can be good influences onto the grass. She's not an overly turfy hoof to her, but she is kind of built like a horse that will appreciate the grass. She's a little bit lighter framed, a little bit more angular in her hind end, and I'd even written down right from the beginning that she's a very nice mover, and sometimes horses that really kind of flow over the track and move very well do take to the grass. My big question is that Todd Pletcher was so dominant with his 2-year-olds this summer, winning both the Hopeful and the Spinaway, yes, but also winning the two 2-year-old turf races. If he thought this horse might have been a turf horse, he probably would have put her on it earlier on. So wondering if it's just a little bit of a guess because this is a New York bred race, but I am kind of optimistic that she should handle it. Is she good enough is the big question, Greg.
Look, the dam produced Drexel Hill. We talked about runner-up of the Kentucky Oaks. She'd run good on synthetic. That's not always a barometer, but it can be certainly better than dirt, that you have ability to run on turf, that you're successful on synthetic. So we'll see. 15-1 right now. Big price if you're going to take a shot. Meanwhile, Sacred Goddess beat Trading Trouble in that debut. Then she got a tough test in that Bolton Landing where she ran pretty good, but here's the debut where she just outlasted Trading Trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I think the argument here is Charlotte's Universe. The 4 ran okay in there and came back. She couldn't handle Trading Trouble in her next start. You could say that the 3 in this race, Trading Trouble, made the first move, and Sacred Goddess sort of took advantage of that. And they also took advantage of the fact that the 3rd horse did not get a good ride here and should have won. So I'm not sure how much better she ran than Trading Trouble. My problem with Trading Trouble is the race she ran last time just 12 days ago. Having said all of that, Trading Trouble is a horse that could be 3-1 in this race, and she's 7-1. So you're getting a price that is commensurate, maybe even more commensurate, her chances to win because she ran 12 days ago at Kentucky Downs. Now, maybe that's going to sap her, and she won't run well here, and I won't be shocked, but I think it's 7-1. You're probably supposed to find out. So I'm going to try to beat the 9. I bet the 3 to win small and box 1-3 and pressed 1-3 because I think the 3 is the value here. I picked the race 1-9-3, but in my opinion, at 7-1, the 3 is value.
5-2. Big drop down in class. Has that experience against winners as well. Certainly more seasoned. And outside post, not concerned about it at all.
Well, I'm not at a fair course. I think this is, I think, the first race on the outer today. I'm trying to look. Hang on. Yeah, I think the 2 races we've seen have been on the inner. I think there's an argument the Saving Ground was okay on the outer and inner yesterday, but it may have been circumstantial, so I'm not sure that there's any real bias. I don't worry about outside post and turf sprints. They're usually okay. You stay out of trouble. You need some pace to close into, that's all.
So here we go. Big number Trading Trouble in the rematch here with Sacred Goddess. Only a neck separated them first time out. We'll see if that quick return is a hindrance coming from Kentucky Downs. But throughout, it's been this filly here, Arenada, who looked so good, just how easily she won that debut, who has been favored throughout. 8-5 for Linda Rice, who, yeah, again, does not win a ton first time out and did with this filly.
And you would think that's a good sign.
Certainly. Kenner Carmouche filling in for Jose Ortiz here. He gets the mount for start number 2, her first try against winners. And she'll get to save ground early from the inside and then try and find an opening. Joseph A. Jimma, 6th for 2-year-old filly. Sprinting on the grass. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Acting up here is the 7. That's Vernon Valley. Rider off. Vernon Valley goes in. John Velasquez will get aboard. Charlotte's Universe. Grazie. Sacred Goddess to the outside. Sacred Goddess. Goes in. All set for the Joseph A. Jima. And they're off. Good beginning with Grazie, asks for early speed, and Sweet Montreal in between horses, now with a half-length advantage. At the rail, trying to move forward is Trading Trouble, is joining that early mix, and Vernon Valley is in that early fray too. Getting over to the rail, Christopher Elliott on Sweet Montreal. Vernon Valley is now within range as a close-up second. At the rail, there comes a Trading Trouble, and Ruben Silvera, they're a shared third with under a tight hold. That's Charlotte's Universe and Dylan Davis. 3 wide, and that second group is Grazie is back to 5th. Arenada is on the move. Rail Skimming is right in behind Trading Trouble as they move as a pair. The 2 at the back, Sacred Goddess with the trailer, Nacho Problem. Traffic in behind. The clear leader is Sweet Montreal. Sweet Montreal. Trading Trouble is hugging that rail. Arenada is trying to get out of there. Has gotten off the rail. Tips towards the outside. Vernon Valens chasing as well. It is still Sweet Montreal. Arenada muscled on through. Got the room and is sprinting after this long shot leader. Sweet Montreal still with a nice margin here on Arenada, who's making up some ground with Grazie, but a 16th left to go. Sweet Montreal is loose, and Sweet Montreal front running score dominates in the Joseph A. Jima. Arenado was second, then came Grazie, and a photo. That's going to be Trading Trouble with the oncoming Sacred Goddess. 1 minute 8.73 seconds.
Sweet Montreal, she was 42-1 in the debut. Goes off at 11-1 here at start number 2. Look, that was a slow race first time out. She ran a lot better today.
Well, a lot of times, sometimes they'll move forward and sometimes they'll regress. We saw some regression, and we saw a horse that moved forward, and we saw another horse that was able to secure the lead as the inside speed. And let's give a tip of the cap to Christopher Elliott, who wins another race today. And he went to the lead, and nobody else really seemed to want it. I don't think they were going that fast. 22-3 is not quick. She was able to get the lead. You know, Silvera tried to motivate the 3. She didn't break that sharply, so I don't really blame him on that one. This one broke sharply, and Christopher wanted to take nothing away from her. Another stakes win for him. Nice ride by him. And I'm going to tell you right now, this pick 6 is going to be very, very, if you're alive, man, I wish you the best of luck, because this is a very, I don't know what this pick 3 is playing, but I'm guessing it's paying quite a bit. This is a
5, 1, 8, 9, 11-1 on Sweet Montreal. Jimmy Ryerson, Christopher Elliott.
Pick 3 is small. It's low.
Really?
Yep. It's only a little under $700.
9 broke outward a little bit out of the gate. Other than that, not a whole lot. But yeah, smart move. Christopher Elliott takes command early.
Well, how is the 4? They said the 4, I heard Chris say something about the horse under a tight hold. How do you rate the 4? Like, what planet do you want to rate the 4? That's 2 in a row on a rider rating a horse that was supposed to be in front. Sorry.
5.
You're not going to win races doing that.
Sweet Montreal now 2 for 2 and a stakes win to boot for Jimmy Ryerson with Christopher Elliott. This young rider stepping up and making the difference here, putting this one in front on the lead, and double-digit odds win now at 11-1. Prices from this Joseph A. Jima and Sweet Montreal's win when we come back on our Friday coverage here on FS2.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
And 70, I'd had to get down $270,000.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, round 1. Round 2 of our coverage, that is coming up this evening. Begins on FS2, then moves over to FS1 and includes the Caesars Trotting Classic. $200,000 purse. 3-year-olds and up, Periculum. Marcus Molander, Hill Exotic for Todd Luther, Lexus Cody, Ron Burke, all will be lining up in that big one tonight, race 13 on the card from Hoosier Park.
I just want to say, Greg, I think it was really nice you to volunteer to host the show tonight.
I'd love to be on that show. That is a good one. Coming up tonight, our Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Sweet Montreal, Jimmy Ryerson, Christopher Elliott, winners of the Joseph A. Gemma. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And so happy to be joined by winning trainer Jimmy Ryerson as Sweet Montreal. Using that speed, I thought it was a very smart ride, and she got very comfortable out there.
Yeah, she's fast, and Chris came out and said, you know, there's some speed in the race. I said, well, you be aggressive, and I didn't think she'd have a clear lead like that, but you know, she's fast, and it depends, you know, and she only had the one start, and her comfort level on the grass, and having a one race under and a couple nice works after that, and she's improved.
I was going to ask that. It seems like she is one that's continuing to develop. Talk a little bit about the progression with her.
Well, the physical, there's not a lot there, but there was even less there. You know, so she's definitely developed physically, and she hasn't done a thing wrong, and she got a nice mind, and shipped for the first time, didn't turn a hair. You know, she shows a lot of class.
Really exciting to see her get the win, and being a New York bred. And I think with this race now being on the turf, it's nice for the New York bred turf sprinters to have an opportunity.
Yeah, because I have so much turf. I do. I have a lot of turf this year, so it's very nice that they turn some of these races to turf, and thank God we were able to benefit from it today.
Congratulations. Nice effort today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Greg.
Good for Jimmy Ryerson. Sweet Montreal, complete and utter shock in the debut at 42-1, and backed it up and proved that was legit.
Nice parlay, almost $1,000 for a $2 parlay between the two. I hope Jimmy did that. Well, I guess we know why Jimmy scratched the 6, right?
Yeah. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Sweet Montreal, Arenada. Still ran okay.
She ran okay.
Yeah.
This horse ran well, though. And was able to get clear in a very... Even Jimmy said he was surprised he got the lead. And I'm not surprised. It took some Herculean efforts by some other riders for this horse to get so clear.
Race 7. State bred, A other than 6 furlongs. We got obviously still a long way to go here.
Yeah, I've been a decent run, but my opinion today has not been special. I picked Accelerated News, the 9, without a lot of conviction. I like Outsource, the 8th, without a lot of conviction, and I'm going to try to beat the favorite in the 9th, the 4 with the 2, Karango for Pat Reynolds.
Okay, yeah, Insubordination going to be pretty heavy favorite.
I think the way we're going, there's a real possibility that Insubordination will be the only horse covered in the pick 6. You're talking about 3 roughly $20 horses winning in a row in a very tough sequence to put together. It's not just the prices, it's putting the tickets together. And to get all of these 3 horses in the ticket, you had to have a lot of coverage. 170,000 bet. I'd be surprised if there's more than 120 tickets left right now. But we'll see. That still means there's 120 tickets. If the favorite wins here, we could have 40 going in the feature. So we'll see
Pick 3s give you a really good gauge. That pick 3, $676.
Except what I would say is that there's a lot of CAW participation in the pick 3, and there is not in the pick 6.
Okay.
So I think that's probably why that pick 3 paid a lot less than you might have expected.
Oh, I was thinking for a pick 3, that in terms of a pick 6 going forward, that's still
the straight
telling you it's
parlay
going to be very large.
was over $1,000 for $1, though.
But still, it's telling you.
Yeah, it's
there's not much left.
It's not just the prices of the horses winning. It's getting them all on the ticket. Where right now have we seen a race where you could have narrowed it down and be alive? Only big spread tickets are alive, or somebody who played their telephone, or their license plate number. So the reality is right now we're looking at big tickets that are alive, and the question is, do they have enough coverage in the other races? It's already blowing up all over the place.
Big weekend, of course, at Parks, where we touched on a little bit with the Grade 1 Cotillion. We'll have coverage of that race for 3-year-old fillies on our program. Mile and a 16th with that $1 million purse. And the boys, of course, in the Pennsylvania Derby. That's the 14th on the card. Mile and an 1/8 for $1 million. Magnitude just trounced by Sovereignty and the Travers, showing back up, goal-oriented, big truz. I've been so intrigued by, for Brian Lynch, Baeza and Gosger back as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Brennan Walsh's or David of Athens will be looking to make it tough on the front end for Magnitude. And this is essentially the consolation derby for horses that were afraid to run against Sovereignty. And I know one thing, you can't beat them if you're afraid to run against them. And resulting, they may have made the right choice, but sometimes in resulting, you didn't.
Now, Baeza, third, and second in his 3 tries against Sovereignty. And now with no Sovereignty showing up, is he, in your eyes, the horse to beat?
He is the horse to beat. And in fairness to John Sheriff's, unlike the others in here, he tried Sovereignty 3 times. And I would argue maybe he thought a 1.25 miles Sovereignty would get even better, and his horse probably is a little better shorter. He is the horse to beat, Baeza. Whether or not he wins, I don't know. I find that to be a very tricky track to play, and I don't think you disagree.
Journalism and then Sovereignty.
Right.
That defeats the last 4 for Baeza.
And he's run well in his races. I mean, none of those races were bad efforts.
No.
He's the best horse coming into this race, but I don't know if the margin is that extreme. I like John. I hope he wins for John.
It's been a pretty good horse and a reliable and consistent horse with talent, who Sheriffs felt going into that Jim Dandy. He's a lot better than what we'd seen, you know, in the Triple Crown.
I thought his Derby was very good. The race he did run that well in was the Belmont. It was a little bit, you know, he still ran 100 Beyer, but I thought that was the least good of his last 4 efforts.
Mm-hmm.
They've all been good, though.
Well, he'll be the one to beat again coming in. Let's get Acacia's thoughts here as we hone in on his 3-year-old picture and one of the last big starts as we work our way to this Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have a lot of respect for Baeza. As Andy touched on, he did not duck Sovereignty. And he also shipped from the West Coast to the East Coast on multiple occasions as well. Shipping once more now to the Pennsylvania Derby here. But this is a horse that I think has really continued to develop. If you look back at his Belmont Stakes, where he did finish 3rd behind Sovereignty and Journalism, the 2 best 3-year-olds of the division, for sure. I thought he was just doing too much before that Belmont. He was really revved up before the Derby. He got in off the also eligible list at the last moment, had a far outside post. The Jim Dandy was when I saw him the best put together, the best acting, so much more settled in the preliminaries, and it seems that John Sheriffs has really kind of figured this horse out. Now, I do think that he is the horse to beat, despite the fact that he is yet to win a Grade 1, just looking for the 2nd win of his career. But like I said, give him credit for who he's been facing, for how incredibly consistent he is as well, and how I think mentally he's continuing to develop into the 2nd half of this season, Greg.
Could be fascinating to watch. Who maybe takes a big step forward. There's no question. Not only the top 3-year-old in the country, but the horse to beat, I would think, going into the Classic right now is Sovereignty.
No, I don't disagree with that at all. He is the horse to beat. I think he'll be under. I think he'll be an underlay. 3-year-old tend to be, with an exciting sort of record he has in his big win. But I'm not sure really who's a major threat to him besides Sierra Leone, who ran so well in defeat last time out. And he is the horse to beat. If he improves off his last race, he'll be even tougher to beat. This is essentially the consolation derby. I think that everybody skipping the Travers is a very unfortunate decision. The Travers is a very important race. It's a race that can help you become a stallion, unlike the race tomorrow. So I think it's sort of people choosing the lesser route. So it's hard for me to get overly excited about the race, and that's why I'm kind of rooting for Baeza, because at least he's tried the big dog. At least he gets a bit of a pass because he tried the big dog so many times.
See, you know, Mind Frame didn't get that opportunity. He's going to train up to the Classic. He's in the mix too, and White Abario, who Safi Joseph had talked highly, like he's still one of those horses. Yeah, going to go to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Now, I'm not saying he's going to run. Mind Frame is nominated to the Lucas Classic. Is that next week? At Churchill?
I had heard training up to the
I had
Classic.
Heard that too,
yeah.
but then I think he was nominated.
Okay.
Now maybe they're just keeping their options open. He could, of course, run in a race like the Woodward as well. It's obviously very unfortunate, to say the least, what happened since nobody got hurt, thankfully, but it's unfortunate.
What about Gosger and that performance, obviously, in the Preakness, then gets another shot at Journalism, same result, 2nd beat a half length when he had the lead on him again in the Haskell.
You know, I'm not going to say he can't win this race. You've got David of Athens, another Brendan Walsh horse, sort of in there to maybe ensure a pace, which can only help his chances. Not that he's slow early. He can put himself in the game. I mean, he and Goal Oriented are probably the other horses in this sort of consolation prize race.
Still relatively lightly raced, making just his 6th career start.
What if Magnitude sort of somehow just runs them all off their feet?
What if he becomes the horse he was 2 and 3 starts ago? Yeah.
And a track like Parks, maybe he can do that.
Yeah.
Bob's pretty good, right? I've heard of this guy, and he wins a lot of dirt races.
Something
right?
about him, yeah.
I like Barnes 2-1. You started out with Barnes at 2-1 in the. I assume you can bet the morning line. Sport of Kings is lucky they're out of business.
Yeah, Barnes probably going to be about 2 or 3 to 5. He'll have goal oriented. Obviously, Bob Baffert, who a lot was asked of him pretty early in his career.
And yet he's still getting better, which is a tribute to the horse and to Bob and his team as well. He's obviously very talented. We'll see. I mean, it's hard to get overly excited because Sovereignty has shown they don't even want to run against him. They're so scared of him. So, to me, it's all Sovereignty and nobody else. At least journalism had the courage to run in these races, you know?
Things can change, though. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Again, we'll have coverage of the cotillion for 3-year-old fillies on our program tomorrow. We're back, though, tonight, 8 Eastern, beginning on FS2, and then we jump over to FS1.
Are you hosting from home with the kids?
I will not be hosting tonight.
That's a shame.
But I'll be watching.
I would watch for sure if you were hosting from home with the kids.
Thank you for that. Sweet Montreal, winner of the Joseph A. Jim at Jimmy Ryerson. Chris Elliott puts this horse on the lead, and she goes gate to wire for the upset score. We will see you hopefully tonight and then back tomorrow as well.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Horses, step on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7, 7 minutes away. Scratch the 2 and 3. Race 7 in 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 7. Field set to load. Post time for today's 7th race. Late pick 3. Valentine Gift goes in. Intentious. Dame Catherine. Second Chance. I'm Kidding. I'm Kidding. Goes in. 2 out. Geopolitics. And Accelerated News. Accelerated News. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses. I'm Kidding was off a step slow, but is now rushing up towards the front, and I'm Kidding will challenge Geopolitics. They're going to be 1-2 out in the center of the racetrack. Settling off of them is Accelerated News, is now a comfortable third and at the rail. There is Second Chance, is now in a shared third and fourth. Behind them, Dame Catherine back there in fifth. Towards the back end of the field, Valentine Gift, and patiently ridden the trailer. Intentious. They move quickly, 22.21 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing I'm Kidding. Well out in the center of the racetrack, Geopolitics is on the move. Kendrick Harmouche and Geopolitics cut into the margin. Accelerated News has gotten over to the rail, is now at the rail in third, is still about 3 off the leaders. From the back, Valentine Gift is trying to rally on. Intentious starts a rally, but still far back. They reach the top of the stretch. I'm Kidding is trying to hold off Geopolitics, who's stalling a little bit here in seconds. Gotta get going. I'm Kidding at the rail. Geopolitics now means business in Geopolitics. Intentious is flying from the back. Accelerated News has got the first shot on Geopolitics. Intentious has made this big run, was far, far back. Intentious at the rail. Intentious is trying to get there. Accelerated News. Accelerated News. Accelerated News gives Christopher Elliott a third on the afternoon. Holds off the inside rolling Intentious. Photo. Give it to Accelerated News in 1 minute 10.60 seconds. Order finish. First the 9, Accelerated News. Second the 4, Intentious. Third the 8, Geopolitics. Fourth the 1, Valentine Gift. 9-4, 8-1 in race 7. Running time 1 minute 10.60 seconds. 9481 winner is the 9 Accelerated News. She's a 4-year-old, bred in New York by Accelerate out of Distorted News. Winning owner, Hayward Pressman. Winning trainers, Melanie Giddings. The winning jockey, Christopher Elliott, 3 wins on the afternoon. Accelerated News, bred in New York by Windy Leaf Farm, New York, LLC. Race 7's official. The exacta 9-4, $12.18. The double, $50.42. Trifecta, $15.37. And superfecta, $60.51. The pick 3, $513.80. Pick 5 returns $11,516.67. That was a mandatory pay pick 5 with 9 races on today's card, returning over $11,000. Running time, 1 minute 10.60. And up next is race 8. Today's 8th. Started late double, 25 minutes away. Race 8. A mile and 3/8. Inner turf. Race 8 in 25 minutes. speed from in between horses. I'm Kidding was off a step slow, but is now rushing up towards the front, and I'm Kidding will challenge Geopolitics. They're going to be 1-2 out in the center of the racetrack. Settling off of them is Accelerated News, is now a comfortable third and at the rail. There is Second Chance, is now in a shared third and fourth. Behind them, Dame Catherine back there in fifth. Towards the back end of the field, Valentine Gift, and patiently ridden the trailer, Intentious. They move quickly, 22.21 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing I'm Kidding. Well out in the center of the racetrack, Geopolitics is on the move. Kendrick Harmouche and Geopolitics cut into the margin. Accelerated News has gotten over to the rail, is now at the rail in third, is still about 3 off the leaders. From the back, Valentine Gift is trying to rally on. Intentious starts a rally, but still far back. They reach the top of the stretch. I'm Kidding is trying to hold off Geopolitics, who's stalling a little bit here in seconds. Got to get going. I'm Kidding at the rail. Geopolitics now means business in Geopolitics. Intentious is flying from the back. Accelerated News has got the first shot on Geopolitics. Intentious has made this big run, was far, far back. Intentious at the rail. Intentious is trying to get there. Accelerated News. Accelerated News. Accelerated News gives Christopher Elliott a third on the afternoon. Holds off the inside rolling Intentious. Photo. Give it to Accelerated News in 1 minute 10.60 seconds.
2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with 200 winners, 16% winners lifetime, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Horses step on the track here for today's 8th race. Race 8 is 7 minutes away. Late double, race 8 in 7 minutes. Horses stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 8. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 8th race. Field moving in, Kigali. Javier Castellano aboard. Classic Creation. Here's Wonderful Justice. Masterpiece. Mr. Tonic. Stepping forward, Mayor Midnight. Be of Courage. And Irwin will complete the lineup. A mile. 3/8. Race number 8, late double time. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Right to the front, Kigali has got company from Wonderful Justice, and that's the top 2 early. Fuerteventura is just off of them in 3rd, patiently ridden at the rail. That's Outsource as they work into that turn altogether. Right there in 5th now is Be of Courage. A little keen, wants to go there for Ruben Silvera. Is now tucked in behind another pair. It's another 2.5, almost 3. Back to Mayor Midnight, who's content to sit right in that spot in 6th. Then towards the inside, that's Mr. Tonic, and Irwin is right there in that mix too. The 2 at the back. There'll be Classic Creation with the gray. Masterpiece, the trailer, 23.62 for the opening quarter mile. Kigali is in front, Pressure from the outside from Wonderful Justice. These two bending back and forth, and Wonderful Justice now puts a head in front of Kigali. They look comfortable with their position so far, as Fuerteventura is still traveling as a pair with Outsource. They're third and fourth, and they're right in behind that leading duo, 47 and 4. For the half-mile time, and Kigali now puts a nose back in front as Wonderful Justice now gets back in second, but Wonderful Justice wants none of it. These two continue to go at it, and they start to pick up the tempo as they don't want to give up the lead. Fuerteventura has now edge clears in third, Outsource back to fourth, another 3 back to Be of Courage, still patiently ridden from fifth. Mayor of Midnight starts to make a move. Mr. Tonic is towards the inside of that one. Then comes Irwin, who's at the rail. Classic Creation and Masterpiece will have to pass them all 112 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. Kigali and Wonderful Justice, they still go at it. Outsource tightly at the rail. Be of Courage muscling here, pulling in between rivals, is about to split rivals and ready to challenge. Out wide of there is Fuerteventura, is waiting to be called upon for the effort. They just had to steady there, was Outsource, is now hustled along. Mayor of Midnight's got a clear run. Mr. Tonic, Classic Creation out wider. The front two are still there through a 1:38. 1 mile time, and to the inside Kigali, to the outside Wonderful Justice. Fuerteventura, Be of Courage looks to have run, is looking for a seam and somewhere to go. The leader is Kigali, who's in front, is trying to kick away. Be of Courage down towards the inside. Mr. Tonic is rallying on, and there's Mayor of Midnight lifting up on the far outside. Kigali is very game. Be of Courage is diving down towards the inside. Mayor of Midnight trying to catch them both. Here's Mayor of Midnight to the outside. Mayor of Midnight in time. Mayor of Midnight over Be of Courage, then came Kigali and Mr. Tonic. Go 2 minutes, 14.70 seconds. Order finish. First the 6, Mayor Midnight. Second the 10, Be of Courage. Third the 2, Kigali. And fourth the 5, Mr. Tonic. 6:10, 2:5 in race 8. 6:10, 2-5. Order finish. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 8th race, the 6 Mayor Midnight. He's a 3-year-old gelding bred in Ireland by Lope de Vega out of Emerique. Winning owners, Brant and Suffragian. Winning trainers, Chad Brown. The winning jockey, Eric Ansell. 6:10, 2-5. Stand by for prices when race 8 goes official. Race 8's official. $1 exact to 610, $83.89. The double, $40.61. Trifecta 235.14. The superfecta, 610.25, $3,807.57. And the pick 3, $449.82. Grand Slam, return $38.14 in that running time, 2 minutes 14.70 seconds. Up next, 9th and final. Race 9 is 21 minutes away. Scratch the 6 and the 11. 9th and final in 21 minutes. And they're off. Right to the front, Kigali has got company from Wonderful Justice, and that's the top 2 early. Fuerteventura is just off of them in 3rd, patiently ridden at the rail. That's Outsource as they work into that turn altogether. Right there in 5th now is Be of Courage. A little keen, wants to go there for Ruben Silvera, is now tucked in behind another pair. It's another 2.5, almost 3, back to Mayor Midnight, who's content to sit right in that spot in 6th. Then towards the inside, that's Mr. Tonic, and Irwin is right there in that mix too. The 2 at the back, there'll be Classic Creation with the gray. Masterpiece, the trailer, 23.62 for the opening quarter mile. Kigali is in front, Pressure from the outside from Wonderful Justice. These two bending back and forth, and Wonderful Justice now puts a head in front of Kigali. They look comfortable with their position so far, as Fuerteventura is still traveling as a pair with Outsource. They're third and fourth, and they're right in behind that leading duo, 47 and 4. For the half-mile time, and Kigali now puts a nose back in front as Wonderful Justice now gets back in second, but Wonderful Justice wants none of it. These two continue to go at it, and they start to pick up the tempo as they don't want to give up the lead. Fuerteventura is now edge clear, is in third. Outsource back to fourth. Another 3 back to Be of Courage, still patiently ridden from fifth. Mayor of Midnight starts to make a move. Mr. Tonic is towards the inside of that one. Then comes Irwin, who's at the rail. Classic Creation and Masterpiece will have to pass them all, 1:12 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. Kigali and Wonderful Justice, they still go at it. Outsource tightly at the rail. Be of Courage muscling here, pulling in between rivals, is about to split rivals and ready to challenge. Out wide of there is Fuerteventura, is waiting to be called upon for the effort. They just had to steady there, was Outsource, is now hustled along. Mayor of Midnight's got a clear run. Mr. Tonic, Classic Creation out wider. The front two are still there through a 1:38. 1 mile time, and to the inside Kigali, to the outside Wonderful Justice. Fuerteventura, Be of Courage looks to have run, is looking for a seam and somewhere to go. The leader is Kigali, who's in front, is trying to kick away. Be of Courage down towards the inside. Mr. Tonic is rallying on, and there's Mayor of Midnight lifting up on the far outside. Kigali is very game. Be of Courage is diving down towards the inside. Mayor of Midnight trying to catch them both. Here's Mayor of Midnight to the outside. Mayor of Midnight in time. Mayor of Midnight over Be of Courage, then came Kigali and Mr. Tonic. Go 2 minutes, 14.70 seconds. Nose in front. Koru is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good at the rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Koru, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Horses, step on the track here for today's ninth race. Race 9 is 7 minutes away. Ninth and final, scratch the 6 and 11. Race 9 in 7 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. In this 9th race, on advice of the track veterinarian, late scratch of the 7, Enduring Spirit. Late scratch of the 7, Enduring Spirit, in race 9. Refunds in the win play show pool on the 7. Constellation doubles, pick 3s. Race 9, 1 minute. Approach the gate. Runners loading, post time for race 9. 9th and final. On this Friday afternoon car. Corongo. Ready, set, twirl. There's Cousin Ed. Insubordination. Nanoman to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Nanoman flashes speed right to the front, and Nanoman's going to cross over. It's Nanoman who's a neck in front. Here's the pressure from Dancing Bear, and now Dancing Bear will pull on through, and Dancing Bear is up by a half length. Nanoman is back to second. Corongo Pink Six is at the rail. Is now a well-traveled third. Is going to have to tap on the brakes as running up on heels. Then Blown Cover out in the center of the course is well-placed fourth as they went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Insubordinations in 5th, followed to the outside in 6th by Ready, Set, Twirls, a handful, starts to move forward. Then behind them, that's the purple cap, is Cousin Ed. And Spin Back is the trailer. They're well in the far turn now. Dancing Bear is trying to shrug off the challenge of Nanoman. A host of pursuers in behind. Corongo's looking for a seam. Here's Ready, Set, Twirl towards the outside of Blown Cover. They're trying to rally on. Insubordination is starting to run on too. But Nanoman is now a neck in front. Here comes the first run from Blown Cover, center of the course, and diving down towards the inside. That's Corongo. Nanoman is very game, and Nanoman is still there. Here's Blown Cover. Jose Gomez try one final time. Blown Cover got up at 41-1. Blown Cover over Nanoman. Then came Corongo in 1 minute 8.55 seconds. The Friday finale to Blown Cover at 41-1. Order finish. First the 5, Blown Cover. Second the 10, Nano Man. Third the 2, Karango. Fourth the 8, Spinback. 5, 10, 2, 8 in race 9. Running time 1 minute 8.55. 5, 10, 2, 8. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 9th race, the 5, Blown Cover. He's a 4-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Gunrunner, out of Secret No More. Winning owner and trainer is Rudy Rodriguez, the winning jockey Jose Gomez. Rudy Rodriguez, another victory on the afternoon. Blown Cover, longest shot in the field, wins the finale here at Belmont at the Big A, 5-10, 2-8. Don't forget tomorrow, 11 races on our Saturday afternoon card. Big Saturday of racing here tomorrow, Belmont at the Big A. First post will be 1:10, 1:10 in the afternoon. First post for a Saturday and 11 races on tomorrow's card. Race official, the $1 exacta 510, $363.65. Double 65, $388.06. Constellation double 67, $8.57. Trifecta 510 2, $1,274.91. And Superfecta $12,779.46. The pick 3, $1,842.08. Pick 3, 967. Constellation pick 3 there, $37.72. The late pick 4, returning $13,222.72, and carryovers everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Saturday of racing tomorrow. Belmont at the Big A. 11 races, first post of 1:10. Pick 5, carryover, $240,923.05 in a pick 5. In the pick 6, 4 out of 6, returned $541.03. And there's a carryover in the pick 6 of $123,936.